Alrighty, just had to check the mic quickly at the end there, sorry about that. Good numbing. Hello YouTube, I hope you're all doing well, and welcome back to session 15 of Atelier Ryza 3, where today we're probably going to learn more about the code of the universe, about how it's completely evil and cannot be trusted, but one thing at a time. I have finally upgraded Lilla's weapon. Everything else was on point, it was just her weapon was falling behind, so I finally dealt with that. We were missing a Trihorn. And if you're, like, working on it yourself, and you're like, what, wait, how did he find the Trihorn? It's in this general area. It was like the tree I found was there. You have to bring it's on the 3rd tier, so you need to have at least a gold axe, but it's there. All we need to do, though, is, before we get too started, is turn in these normal quests, because I did finally grind out the enemies that are over here. It's how I found the Trihorn anyway, just checking the area out. So we can make our start by doing that, and then we'll be back on heading over to the Valence company to see what's in store for us with the plots. But I hope you've all been doing well. Sorry I didn't stream yesterday. I don't think it was insomnia kicking in, because if you've been in the channel for a while, you know I have infrequent insomnia. But I just did not sleep like yesterday night, and so I wasn't with it to stream, so I decided not to. Thankfully, I slept better last night, so it's why I don't think it's insomnia kicking in, because it would have been consistently bad, you know? Just be safe for the time being. Breathe easy now, thank you. My family are also farmers, so I understand the feeling. Oh, so you ran away and became an adventurer rather than take up the hoe like your family? Well, you see, honestly, you got it right. Now that you say that, it's pretty selfish of me. Just be kind to your parents. Right, got it. In fact, what's in the area is literally, yeah. You can see it on the axe. The 3rd slot is the Trihorn, and you get a lot of them for doing it. They also like do all right in gem reduction. So if you need like to sell a bunch of gems quick, they're not a bad option to just go grind them up. Because it's just all the thin trees, not the thick trees. There are thick trees you can cut down as well. Can I help you, young man? And the Knights of Azure video I'm working on is doing alright. So far I'm editing and recording and like script writing a chapter per day. And considering the game only has 7 chapters, yeah, we'll be fine. We'll get through it. All I need to like figure out is how much of the second playthrough I'm going to cover in my video. Because obviously I'm going to cover the whole first playthrough, but to get the true ending you have to do the whole game again. And it's how much of that I'm going to cover and talk about. Thank you, now I can find that the animals roam. Well, I think there still might be a problem. What do you mean? It would have been better if there was one very powerful monster. All we see were weak ones just rolling around. The weak ones usually stay in their turf, which means this area is already their turf. Certainly a possibility. If you suffer any losses to monsters, let me know, and pay attention to where they come from. Alright, I'll do that, adventurer. Your wisdom belies your age. I got it all from Lilla and Lent, but hey. And do we need to do this? Do we need to turn this in? I mean, I'll go check it out to see if we get anything decent on the trade, but not that first. For some meat. No, I'm not that interested. Let's get out of here. Oh, do I still have the thing marked? I was like, what's this thing that's marked that the game's telling me about? Let's check the normal hideout before we head over to the Valence company. See if there's any extra scenes to unlock. No, there is not. Most characters I've put back to their default just to kind of spice it up. Not everyone. Like, you can see, like, I just genuinely think this costume's better on Lent than his default. I do think the same with Patty as well, but I think I've had her in her extra costume for so many streams in a row, I think I can let her wear the red, you know? These two are pretty much staying coatless for the rest of the game, because I think it just makes them look, like, younger and more fresh. If the game's not going to give them a new costume, I can at least do that. And of course, Ryza, I'm wearing the Eastern attire again. Main quest is, yeah, in the Valence Company. Is something else anywhere else? Nope. Alright, let's go. Alright, let's see what was up with Patty. She ran off in a hurry. Hey Patty, what's going on? What is that letter? Everyone! Oh, what should I do? But I have no idea. Patty? Have you calmed down? What was your letter you got? My father said, since we haven't received any response from Tao, the recommendation for the Royal Academy may be no more. What? The deadline was that close? Tao didn't mention anything to us, so I thought we had more time. Why is Tao so hesitant about joining the Royal Academy? Whatever the reason is, this is no way to return all the favours. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Wait, please! No, that's not it! What do you mean? Actually, I am the one who suggested Mr. Tao to submit a thesis to the Royal Academy. What? But this was for Tao's sake, right? Miss Ryza, how much do you know? Archaeology and architecture, right? He got accepted into those two departments and isn't sure which one to choose, right? At the academy, there are two different subjects, and you have to decide which one you want to pursue before you get in. Yes, I thought he'd be happy to return to the capital, but then he sent me this letter, which made me follow him here. He wrote, I have other things to do, and I thought he might throw everything away and just stay here. So that's why you were so upset then. You should have asked Tao more. I leapt out, chased after him, desperate to meet him. That's why I pointed the finger at you all one-sidedly. But then I saw how Mr. Tao was having exciting adventures with you all, and he looked so happy. I was the one who approached Mr. Tao to submit the thesis. I am also the one who chased him all the way to his journey to save his hometown. I am the one still forcing him to follow this path. I want Mr. Tao to stay in the capital, to be a researcher at the Royal Academy. Maybe Father will accept him. Maybe I am forcing my feelings too hard on Mr. Tao. I was so selfish I just hated myself, and I cannot say I want you to do this anymore. If you feel so down about it, why don't you dump everything on Tao? It's a bit rough. How about trying to find a compromise? Even though it seems hard, you shouldn't do anything about it right now. Claudia? But don't think Mr. Tao can forget about the problem of the island and return to the capital. I think he is searching for answers as he is going. If you want to impose your will onto them, you have to pay a reasonable price, even if it is about your heart. I am more than willing to pay the price. I'll do anything for Mr. Tao. We will see if we can extend the deadline. I will write to my father to discuss it. That's awesome, Claudia. Massive respect for you. That is the dignity of a true woman. What are you two saying? Okay, I need to continue my research too. First we have to solve what's going on the island. Oh, Patty. Patty getting herself into a Patty. Like, no, Paddy, sorry. It's like, oh. You really are too serious, Patty. You was just talking, Frederica. You two are so alike. Maybe that's why you hit it off so well. I've done my game too. Let's head back to the Atelier. I get it. It's like you want the best. That's what the Patty like. She wants the best for Tao, but she's scared that her wanting the best is just imposing what she wants him to want, and not what he actually wants. And now she's got herself all in a pickle and is all doubting on everything. Bless her heart. It's never easy for Patty. Well, to be more accurate, she never makes it easy for herself. I feel for her.
Ryza,
how is the research going? Well, nothing much. I haven't really found anything about the metal I found at the mead. They say it is used as some kind of device, and I don't think it's some kind of ordinary material. I think I underestimated this a little bit. It has beaten all those chiefs through hundreds of years for a reason. I'll have to spend a lot of time looking into this, along with the crystals. Mr. Ryza, Mr. Tao would like to have a word with you. What is it, Tao? Remember when I said that I will find a way to manage the control center to dissolve the interference from the Isles? Yeah, quite a while ago. Did you find it? Unfortunately, I haven't yet. But I thought I would try to explain what I managed to figure out so far. Tao, you never stop moving, even when you're back on Kurumi Island. Well, I'm not here on vacation. Oh, Patty. Anyway. Because what Tao was saying is like, no, I'm here because we've got things to do, not because he wants to be here. Anyway, I will gather the others. Let's go to the heart of the island. Sure. I think to myself, I'm not mature enough. I sound pretentious when I say things like that. But it's true, there's still so much that I need to learn. Oh, Paddy! I just want to be like, you just fucking talk it out! Give me just 1 second, I'm gonna open a window because it's kind of hot. Like, genuinely, all these two need to do is just talk it out, but they won't. Henry, head back to the heart of the island. Is it where I think? Oh, this part of the island. Got it. Not heart of the Gargoyles, the actual heart of... Yep. It's cool that we actually come back to this as well. Like, because we didn't go to Kurumi Islands at all in the first game. Even when, like, in the second game, sorry. Because even when you got access to, like, the first game's locations, it was just, like, the forest area around, like, the Maple Delta. And that kind of, like, that circle loop of, like, the castle, the mountain, Maple Delta, and, like, the path. Like, you couldn't go through the cave or down to that area. So what did you find out? Not really a secret that affects anything drastically, but I thought an explanation might help Ryza make an informed decision. Oh, I'd love to hear it. To summarize what we have learned so far, we are sure there is a dragon vein running through Lake Ellipse. The same one that was used for teleportation, and the code of the universe was also moved using a dragon vein too, right? It is no coincidence that a dragon vein is at the lake. First of all, Kurumi Island wasn't initially intended for people to live on. I am sure of that, as we found that note at the Piona Holy Tower. It was just as a shelter. It was just there as a shelter. That's what the note said. Now I'm starting to remember. It was used as an evacuation shelter, but maybe it served some other purpose too. There's just one more thing I want you to remember. Something we heard from Starchild at the ruins around the capital. What we heard was... The alchemists that created Kurumi Island created it with the intention to make an island that could fly. Oh, yes. What are they saying? Shh, just listen for now. I will also have to ask Patty for more details later. Clint, the menace that offered the sanctuary to Felucia. However, the research didn't go that far, because something happened at the stage when making the island float. The invasion. The alchemists from Clint Kingdom also tried to use a dragon vein to make Kurumi Island fly, I guess. And maybe the interference Kurumi Island is taken from those isles. I'm sure it's also due to the dragon vein. The code of the universe is anchored within the dragon vein, is it? It remains in this land. I think there is a possibility that the anchor is the cause of the problems. That's all I can think of for now. What do you think? The code of the universe is anchored here. It is interfering with Kurumi Island. Yeah, that'll help. I'll try and think a little more, thanks. That's a relief. It's important to organize and line up your thoughts. The techniques to use dragon veins were developed by the people of the Age of God, and then they were inherited by the Clint Kingdom. It all connects the past to the present. Yeah, you can figure out anything if you research and explore. I hope for the same with the teleportation mechanism.
I guess not enough checking and research has been done into it.
We still have a lot of so long to go, but it feels like we're making progress. Thank you, Tao. I'll let you know as soon as I find something else. Gherkin Island, I feel like we'll soon be involved in some kind of incident. Yeah, probably. The past to the present.
So that's the bigger picture. We are living within a great flow.
And the next thing we need to look into is... Let's discuss this with everyone back at the Atelier. It's still kind of weird to me that like in Ryza 3, the game practically starts with you running down in here, when this was like the last thing you did before you went and fought the final boss in Ryza 1, was like learning about the heart of the island and coming down here and seeing everything. It was so cool at the time seeing like, you know, this little quirky island that you spend all the game kind of learning and feeling in the ins and outs of and just, you know, vibing in. Ended up having this like huge mechanical secret underneath it, and then you come to this and it's like, yeah, we just know, like we already know this, so why mess around, just come in, you know. I've said it before, but it is actually something I do miss a little from Ryza 1, is like the wholesome kid on an adventure feel the first game had. Like, the second game was so already involved in the lore, with, like, the ruins and everything, and this is all about the mystery with, like, you know, this ancient civilization and all that. I kind of just miss the simplicity of what the first game was. And I get it's, you know, raising stakes and whatnot, so of course it's going to be like this. If I want something that feels a bit more simple, it'll probably be the first game of whatever the next saga is. Because Ryza's insane success for the Atelier franchise, I can almost guarantee will influence what the next saga is regardless. I'm still hoping it will have its own identity and be its own thing, which I'm sure it probably will. It's just it will be influenced by this. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, Saga 9's first game is somewhat familiar in the sense of it's more relaxed. And then it builds up again as it goes on. Which I wouldn't mind, because I generally like the more relaxed Atelier games. The only one that I think did the relaxed side of things poorly was Spirus, just because there wasn't much story content, but that was it. Everything else has been a blast. Sophie 1 got me into the series because it was so relaxed. It felt like a palate cleanser game for me. Every time I played it, because I didn't play it in a row all the way like I did with a lot of the other Atelier games. Every time I played it, it just felt like the cleanser at the end of a week, you know? Anyway, I've ran for too long. I should just walk back to the Atelier. Okay, for our next destination, I think we should go visit Windle again. Oh, to Windle?
About time we investigate the relationship between the passage and dragon veins.
Yeah, I think we can get clues on what I'll need to think about and what to make. Underworld. Aurum. There's so many trips there, the word underworld doesn't really fit it anymore. I think we're the only ones who go back and forth between the two so often. Yeah, I'm not sure how much better it would be if we could come and go naturally. We have taken coming and going for granted. This is all very true, and I am very happy to hear that. By the way, is there anything else we should know about this world? Miss Carla, what's up? What? There's no need to be in such a rush to go back. There has to be more we need to look on in this isle. She doesn't want to go home. Are you trying to say you don't want to go back? That face, like the wide eyes just kind of lowering it to the side and walking off. Well then, off the window through the passage. You okay there? That was cute. So she just got caught basically, just like, she didn't want to go back. Oh, whoops. I'll at least go through the gate properly. Do it right instead of just warping straight into Windle.
何年かこの地に腰を下ろし、じっくりと調べてみたいものだ。
Oh, whoops. I was getting ready to sprint. Here we are. Don't want to be a killjoy, but coming and going like this feels less and less special. Carla, too late to hide now. But every time I sneak out, everyone treats me, the Elder, without respect when I return. This time it was especially long, right? Don't try to be cute. You're actually sneaking out with them this whole time. From them this whole time. Oh, it's Master Carla. Master Carla has returned. There's a lot less of you than there used to be. They've been dispatched under Carla Idea's instruction to get in touch with other clans. Welcome back, Master Carla. Have you finished with your business in Underworld? Oh, they are much kinder than I thought. That's just how our adults act when angry. I used to get that kind of reaction from Alberto and Saverio too. Yes, it has been a heck of an adventure. Please treat these young ones with the utmost courtesy. But of course, before that, something I believe you're supposed to do. What do you think of the Wave Tuna clan's mission as the Elder? You always act with such disregard for your visit. Uh-oh. That's the face of, oh fuck, I'm in trouble. I thought you said you returned after a few days of scouting. So that's what she said when she came with us. You don't have to get mad at Carla. She helped me out and gave me lots of advice. That's right, don't give her such a hard time. Well said, children! Good. We're here now. Our Elder has helped while she deals with all the unfinished matters that have piled up. All these matters are the results of your orders. I'm sure you will find it all to be worthwhile. Come, let's make our way to the tent, Master Carla. I guess we should follow them. Yeah, you weren't getting out of that one, Carla. I had a feeling that she didn't want to go back for a reason. I don't want to! Carla, it may be best to give up. Can't figure out which one is the child. Anyway, we should head up to the tent too. What am I hunting? Oh, it's way the fuck over there now. I'm not that fussed. Oh. To be fair, we have a whole day to go do it. That random quest, so we might go do it after we've seen what's going on in the tent. After poor Carla's been traumatized enough for neglecting her duties. Which, to be fair, are entirely her fault. I'm sorry to keep you guys waiting. Oh, are you okay, Carla? You look very tired. This is the power of the Wave Tuna clan. We are seriously engaged with communicating with of our comrades who are spread around in various places. Are there still survivors out there to search for? Yes. Not many by any means, but some remain. It's more so us who have been having troubles. It's more so us who have been having troubles because we don't have enough people to do the searching. Ah, I guess that's good.
Well, I guess that is good news.
I was only out looking for Fee, so thank you for doing so much. No worries. I'm sure there's not a person in the Oran who would not be inspired to help you. The people who defeated the ravaging queen. Something to praise us for, as we had our own reasons for doing so. But you did defeat her, right? There are rumors that quite a few people returned to the sanctuary for that fact.
I heard that is true, and they are in the sanctuary. Oh, come on, stop putting on airs and be happier about it.
So what's about Fee? You heard any rumors? How about it, Carla? That's it. Around the pass where the crossing is, that's where the Felucia herd was.
And that's another inconvenient thing. I see, so we just gotta wipe them out?
Actually, the quest is to go check if there are any scary monsters first. If there are, we will get rid of them. Indeed. Oh, and one more thing. One more? You will know it when you see it. Well, I will know it. Head to the Bird's Pass. Which is, oh, this way anyway. Let's walk past it and get this, kill this thing for the quest. Our stats are super stacked, so I'm hoping we will be fine. Yeah, all the underworld enemies are just bulky as shit. That's the only thing, is like all of them are just bulky. So you go to the other areas and we rinse them pretty quick. In here, they just tank everything. I need one to come up and give me a magic prompt. Come on. Or not. Wow, okay, we really didn't get a magic prompt at all from that, huh? Now we do. Fucking it's too late now. Reportable? Nice. I don't know why I brought up the big map, but it's sort of like the Underworld's a larger map to have to do that. Yeah, dude, I beat your Did this fucking quest respawn? That random quest was literally then when we first went there, it respawned. Oh, I guess we just got to run over there. There's no, like, we could walk close-ish to it, but it'd be from the other side. I want to approach it from the direction you're kind of supposed to, so I'll just run over there. Oh, whilst we're here, I had a feeling not, but I want to kind of just check if anything new's, like, reset or appeared. Like a normal quest. Back down here? Oh, the farm. Oh, right. Alright, yeah, sure, let's go check that. Let's detour. Because what's new for us? Detouring. Whilst we're heading over, I can talk more about that Knights of Azure video I'm doing. If for those unaware, or haven't been to the channel long, because I've removed the streams now. Like, I've still got Knights of Azure 1 up, but Knights of Azure 2, not so much. When I first tried to go through Knights of Azure 2, I'm leaning on the more of the fact that I was playing it for a PS5, and it was a PS4 title, and something in the emulation was going wrong. I was emulating the PS4, but the game crashed all the goddamn time. To such an extent, it pushed me away from it, and it was always put to a, I'll get back to it eventually. And I never did. Goldatron with high quality? Yeah, no, you can fuck yourself, mate. I need those Goldatrons. And so I never did. And so instead of that, I want to be able to kind of like wipe my hands of it and be done with it. I say that like I hate it. I don't. It was just the crashing was insufferable. I've been recording and writing a script for it's sort a pseudo review, more of a discussion. Like, it's not really like a full review. Like, I'm not breaking down every single detail and being like, this is good, this is bad, yada yada. It's more me explaining what the game was trying to do and comparing it to the first as it goes through when it feels so inclined. Sort of thing. Just then, like, the whole game is covered. So if there ever is a Knights of Azure 3, which I really hope there is, it's there, you know? And the reason why I'm working on it, other than the fact that it's just so I can kind of wipe my hands of it, is that my birthday is on the 20th of this month, but I'm not going to be streaming on it, so I'd like to have like a special video ready for it. I don't know if I'll hit it. So far, like, I'm on track, so I should be able to. I'm just hoping no random inconveniences or last-second mysteries come up. Adventurer. Oh, it's the rancher. Something else happened? You're quite perceptive. I surveyed the monster's origin as you advised, and when you did, I found a monster's lair to the northeast. It seems that their head honcho is causing the monsters to exert their influence all around. Ah, so that's what's going on. If I can't let the cows out there, their milk loses its flavour. So can I ask another favour? Can you get rid of their leader? Absolutely, I'm on it. Oh, you're so reliable, adventurer. Northeast, huh? Should have said follow the path southeast and then go north. Oh, we haven't actually been up this path. We never came back to unlock the door. So this is all new. You know what I kind of want in the next Atelier game? And I know it's like a small thing to kind of request, but can we have an actual fishing mini game? It doesn't need to be anything fancy, but I kind of liked that they had, like, I think it was in Lydia and Suli, they had basically what was like the Pokemon system, where like you were waiting for an exclamation point and then you whack the button. Like, it doesn't have to be anything special, just something. In this game, you just press it and you get resources. You know, it's nothing like spectacular or special whatsoever, and I think that's a waste. Speaking of waste, this puddle's just kind of here, huh? I'm not seeing anything pop up. Tat, why are you still questioning it? It's been 4 years of you watching Ryza collect bugs. Oh, defeat the puny for 400 SP? Yeah, sure, I can do that. And you'll see what I mean about the damage difference of how bulky the enemies are elsewhere compared to how not bulky they are here. It's half dead. Or it's like 2/3 dead. To be fair, we're also 80 goddamn 7 now. So I think we're not in a threat anyway. Are you the big honcho? Your music says so, because it's not playing the normal battle thing. Oh, you can charge up all you want. You're dead. And that's one monster boss down. Now that he's out the way, the surrounding monster should beat it. Let's let the rancher know. Just while we're at it. And before we leave, obviously check more of the general area to see if there's more treasure chests and whatnot. More prizes. This looks like somewhere you'd hide a treasure chest. No? Alright. Oh, we already opened that chest. I was like, ooh! And let's head back. And then my cow's milk regains your favour. Thank you, adventurer. It was still treasure. Nice. Alright, back to business. I'll warp here and cut through the cavern. I keep on trying to go like do the input instantly, like just press L1 square. No, you have to hold L1 until the menu pops up and then press square. I think I'm just too used to, because L1 being a menu button is the same as Genshin, and in Genshin you can do it instantaneously. Like you can do it before the menu even pops up. As soon as L1 is registered, everything activates menu-wise, so you don't even have to look. And I've gotten too used to that. So this game also having L1 as a menu hold, and then actually having a smidge of input delay, keeps on screwing me over. So this is the Bird's Pass. Quite a simple in name. I will tell you of its origin on the way. Well, let's get a move on. Carla, why are you following us? Don't you have a lot of work to do? Hunting for Lucia is also an important job for the Elder. You're just skiving. It may be true, but...
Usually the Elder's issues those orders to others.
Chiefs usually aren't the ones fighting. It's a job for the warriors to fight. For the elders to go to the battle themselves, the Orin must place great importance on fighting. The Orin stand with courage and sincerity. Without courage, sincerity will not prevail. Without sincerity, courage will fall. We all hold an oath, that is all.
I know that all too well.
Sincerity? What does that even mean? It means living strong and true. Ah, I see. It's good that it's easy to understand. Warriors, knights and elders, they are all strong and brave. Well, that might be a good way to look at it.
Enough talk, let's go.
Yes, Orin is very much in a state of disrepute. The valley is just a part of that. Eyes open. The Clint Kingdom, whose deeds we have come across time and time again, had a history of raiding Orin. It's easy to forget sometimes that the world is so vast and has a long history. If possible, I would prefer that not to be a justification for malice. Ah! Fine, I will fight you, fuck. My father's like, can I help you? Nice. Oh, we're just heading through the whole passage, got it. What do you want? Monsters got in the way, get rid of it. Oh, you want some gemstones? Fucking sure, have it. No, we don't need to fight you. Oh, we need to take this string path. This bridge. It's like this bridge to Terabitha over here, what the heck? So, do I want to go underground? I can't remember the path. We do, I think. Right? Actually, no, we go up and around, don't we? So we go this way, hang on. It's coming back to me. Yeah, because that's just another pit trap.
Some Felucian nests. They may jump out from anywhere. Very much Felucian turf. Kinda creepy around here. The Felucia have the power to change the environment around them, whether it's trees or grass. The environment must be so perfect for the Felucia that other beings feel threatened. There's another place that has gone through changes. This mountain used to behold such beautiful sights where a variety of birds would rest their wings, then fly off again. That is why it's named the Bird's Pass.
Nowadays, no birds come.
I was little that said that, whoops.
I wonder if the birds will return one day. I don't know. We must first wipe out the Felucia from this area and let nature heal herself. Only then will we find out the answer. I would say that is reasonable. All of this, the way this looks, is our responsibility. It was due to the people of the Age of God, the intruders.
The Orin hold everything in their hands. I don't think anyone should be left to manage the whole world. Yes, it's utterly worrisome.
Look who is talking. My only regret, in the days of beauty gone by, everyone holds a sad yet nostalgic feeling.
A sight that brings warmth to the heart.
Why does he know our sayings? One that only our close comrades would use? I cannot answer to onlookers. What Ryza said.
What are you doing? Let's go.
Yeah, boss still has Kilo in his heart. Aw, still remembers everything she said all these years later. Oh, you want to do the navigation of this area again? No, I'm warping. This area is annoying to navigate. We're warping.
But what is really going on here? Everything we see is ruined.
This is proof how bad the people of the Age of God were.
They sure were horrible people.
I'm sure this place, and the one we saw earlier too, used to be much prettier. Starting to get a little pissed off. Hey, Ryza! The Felucia are also victims of these horrible people, who have done all evil things here. It makes me smile to hear you say that. Your anger is proof that we can trust you. By the way, Carla, you've put us through tests like this before, haven't you? Well, we just first met that time, and there was no telling who we were and what we were here for. But since Lilo was with us, I guess we were treated better. Maybe we would have been treated like intruders. I would like to think the reputation has changed somewhat now. Yes, I like you all enough to travel with you on this mission. Well, you should be glad about that at least. Well, I actually have another test for you right now as well. What? Wait, there's something ahead. Another one of these guys? Alright, it's another Soul Cradle key in the bag for us. It's a large Felucia.
Pretty scary fella. I wonder if it's the one ruling the territory around here.
Then as we take it down, the herd will scatter. You're such a reliable bunch. Spotted us and is heading this way.
Gonna send you flying.
Alright, let's see if we can get another Soul Cradle key out of this thing. Let's get the boost. All of her attacks come out kind of slow. I'll do that just to try and make sure we keep on top of this. We can try for the key. 60% chance. Fuck! And he's like, what did you just try and do to me? I'm like, no, nothing, don't worry about it. There we go. So we need to stun it first before we worry about trying to go for the key again. That said though, I am going to go for it again. 60%. Fuck. At 85%. There we go. Right, now back to plot. I know it resists it, but I'm going to drop all of them. I'm going to drop everything, actually. And let me rearrange these. So the buffs come out first to better suit the weaponry. And then we just hope that this hits where it needs to hit. Well, it's okay, we're super buffed up. Well, it still did it. It still did some work. Thankfully, everything's going to do its piece. Right, it won't get it twice. It's so close to being stunned anyway, we'll be fine. I have faith in that. It's still not stuck. Come on! It's so close! Stun it! Or kill it, either or. Jeez. There we go. Just sitting on 1 HP and 1 stagger. It's about to charge like super. Like, no, get rid of it, please. Well, that was a little easier than the one we had that had the device on it. I knew it was the Felucia that ruled over this area. I can see the little ones scattering. So that means we have accomplished what we were asked to do. We have to be careful, because it doesn't mean the Felucia have gone away. Even if we destroy this machine, the Felucia are still dangerous beings. Once their instincts have been stimulated, it's not easy to calm living things. After all, they are beasts by nature. As people of Oran, it is something that we just have to accept. I can't imagine what it would be like to live amongst these Felucia. We only know what they are like when they are insane. What a waste of a long-lived machine they have bequeathed us. The code of the universe also has been sending these powerful things into the world. I wonder if they have so much technology that they don't even have to worry about how powerful things are. It is not very pleasant to be reminded always about the things that we are up against. I have suggested to other clans that they search for these machines and destroy them.
That will take quite some time, though. There aren't too many crazy people who are willing to stick their heads out into a Felucia's nest to check them out. Come to think of it, why did you know that it was deep in the cave? Of course! I only had to stick my head out and check them out! Well, that should... Well, more likely she ran away for a minute. That should make it easier to get to and from the pass anyway. Back to the village we go. Where's the freeze? God. Even though they still bring up way too much, I at least appreciate we're learning a little bit more about them, and then not just this omnipresent thing. Like, you know, we're learning that they're kind of like the origin of a lot of other shit. We're learning that, like, they're like... that they were so powerful that they were extremely arrogant about their creation, so they'd make extremely deadly things and just kind of let them loose. Like, oh, what's the worst that's gonna happen? We'll be fine. Abstract idea. I think that's the thing, is that it feels so... Yeah, like you said, abstract. Like, it feels so, like, just out there and, like, what? But I at least appreciate that they are trying to do more with it. Currently. And it's not just Age of God this, Age of God that, but we don't actually learn anything like it was earlier. But I hope you're doing well anyway, dude. Oh, you want some general gemstones? What do you offer me? Curved long nails. Sure, have some of these. Oh right, I went to the office tent. I went to the office, you know, the professional tent. I didn't go to Carla's personal room, which is way up at the fucking top. Which makes sense. She's the village elder. Of course, she would have the highest house. Thing is about using spoilers. Not even people in the Age of God likes Age of God. Also, I'm doing mid. Oh, bless you. I hope you. I sound very patronised. I didn't mean it like that. But I hope you feel better soon, dude. That's like my worst habit. When people go unwell, going, "Oh, bless you," and I'm like, that sounds like I'm treating you like a kid. I'm like, "Oh, bless. Oh, diddums." Hopefully you'll do a bit better soon, dude. It's good to get some rest. I mean, Lord knows I need it sometimes. So I don't think it was insomnia playing up yesterday night. I think it was just like a bad night's sleep. You know, like something, it just happens. So I'm trying to be sympathetic. So that's why I didn't stream yesterday, because I was just out of it. I really did not sleep much. I was tossing and turning a whole bunch, and then suddenly it was like 3 AM, and I was wide awake, and I was like, ugh. And then when I think I finally managed to get to sleep a little after that, but then I woke up because someone's fucking car alarm went off at 5 AM, and after that I was up. I was just like, okay. And the worst part is that I had every intention of streaming anyway. I was like, you know, I'll be fine, I'll just stream. Then it got to like a half an hour before I was going to stream, and I was like, I'm exhausted. Nah, I'm good. Whilst last night I actually did sleep well, so I don't think it was an insomnia thing. So if it was insomnia, I wouldn't have slept well last night either. Oh god, yeah. you know what I mean. Like, it's just the worst. Like, so it was just one of those timings. So I know, like, we've got the season changing, and I imagine the season changing is probably what made me not sleep that well the night before, because the temperature, like, spiked a lot. Like, we've been hovering around like 10 to 13 Celsius. Like, for, like, most of April, and then, like, the other night, it was, like, 15 at night, you know? Like, it was like, oh, it's creeping up there, like, we're saying, like, 10 to 13 in the day, to, like, 13 to 15 at night. Like, it's gotten a lot warmer. It's not summer temperatures yet, but it has warmed up a lot, and so I think that shift in temperature just threw me off my sleep. My body's exhausted. Yeah, that's fair. I'm 5% adrenaline every day. Yeah... Yeah, eventually you are going to capsize. You do have to know when to, like, take that break for yourself. Safe and sound. There's something you want to say, Master Carla? Yeah, I like how they're getting less and less patient with their childish elder running away all the time. As you know, this was an important test that I had to see for myself. A test. Ryza, why did you so easily allow Carla to accompany you? Can you not help but notice how Master Carla is now? Even me? No, well, I am sorry, yes. Why me too? Yeah, Ryza, you need to control your elder. Good to have you back, Ryza. Oh, she got lectured. I heard from the others, and they said that they started hearing from others via the bird bars. Other clans are contacting too, it seems. I heard they're a few in number, but it's still good to hear from them. They are not so easy to wipe out, huh? That's a relief. Just like the Felucia, I am pretty relieved. Because we took down the head of the herd. I guess all living things are stubborn. We are no different, being descendants of Clint Kingdom, I guess. The ruins that once stood may be destroyed, but we still go on. Just like the people in the Mead. I wonder if that is how it will be for our family lineages too. I haven't really thought about that. We all inherit things, connect to others, and end up where we are now. Well, Carla also has work to do, so we should head back to base. Indeed, we're all very tired from all the walking. Back to the Atelier, I guess. Carla, you're coming with us? Have you got shit to do? Yeah, like, Carla? Like, what are you doing here? How did you escape your attendants? She's like, don't worry about it, just get me the fuck out of here! Carla's a blessing. She really is. Carla's adorable. Like, just making this, like, this... I think there's something about characters that come across super noble and, like, you know, high etiquette and high class, but are actually super fucking childish, and not in, like, the arrogant way, in that literally they're like a child, that I just find really charming. Because just like, nah, you're really trying to, like, come across like the big adult, aren't you? You know? There you go, it's somehow both an aha moment down the line without being spotted. Yeah, no worries, dude. Carla, is it okay for you to kill time here? I can't stay in that tent because of all the noises around me. I feel sorry for the people of the Wave Tuna clan. If there are any important news, they will come to me directly. Ah shit, they came here directly. Just like this. I will have to do your work later, Master Carla, but I have to talk to Ryza now. Me? Yes, actually, a visitor has come. Visitor? About the age you got. A visitor? It's either going to be Fee, or it's going to be Kilo. It's either going to be Ryza's best, like, happiest moment, or it's going to be Boss's. Ah! It's Fee! That, yeah, look at her face, like her maternal instinct is about to kick in immediately. Oh, yeah, look at her face, like you say, that maternal instinct that she had for Fee is going to kick back in immediately. Ah! Aww! Trophy unlocked, unexpected reunion. Oh, even Patty's crying. Oh, this is adorable. Oh, I missed you, buddy. What? What? What's a... Fee? What? Really? It's Fee, there's no doubting it. Look, there's the necklace from Ryza. Can't believe we got to see you again so soon. Wow. I can't believe it. Fee, I wanted to see you. It really is you, Fee. Oh, she's on the verge of tears. We meet again. Aww. There are a large portion of rice. No, I like Fee. I like Fee for what it is. It's an odd thing. Yeah, it's not Ryza. It's basically like her kid, you know? Like that was like the whole thing. It's like it was Ryza like through her like getting more and more mature. Kind of it was through maternal instinct.
In a sense. At least in Ryza 2. Like, part of her growth of becoming more and more mature sort of thing kind of bounced off of how she was with Fi. About how she wanted Fi all to herself, and then as the game went on, came to understand better what was going on with Fi and what was the right thing, even if it was upsetting. Which is why she cried but pulled herself together quickly at the end, because like it still hurts her, but she knew it was the right thing to do, and could have pride in that. But yeah, it's still nice to have the reunion. It was also, like, I mentioning it at the time, it was one giant excuse to justify Ryza being weak again in this game. Or weaker in this game. Because all of her powers was tied to Fi. And all of Fi's powers was tied to all the ruins. So by giving up Fi, she was giving up all the powers that were boosting her alchemy. So it's like, yeah, it's literally like the fucking Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance bullshit, where the whole game is one giant justification for her being reset in the next one. That's what DDD did. DDD is one giant game explaining why Sora's going to be level 1 in Kingdom Hearts 3 again. And I wish I was kidding. Anyway. Sorry that you came back alone. It must have been scary, right? Sounds like it was no big deal. Oh, Patty, don't you start crying. Yeah, even still. I was worried. Seemed completely okay. Where have you been all this time? If I was Ryza, in her position, with her thoughts and feelings, I wouldn't be letting Fi go at all. I would have Fi, like, in my arms whilst talking to it. You know? Like, you would be, like, fully like, I haven't seen you in a year. I don't know if I'd see you again. Like, you know? Completely okay. Where have you been all this time? Well, 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 what a huge surprise. The one we found after all this time was the Fi you were looking for. This must be a blessing from the sun and the guidance of the moon. Like, Carla's like, well, now there's 2 really cute mascot-esque characters in this game. Great, there can only be one Fi. Thank you, Carla. Don't thank me. One of the travellers crossed the path you cleared earlier and had this child with them. A traveller? From which class? Oh, is this going to be Kilo? Don't be surprised when I tell you, they're from the Soul Speaker clan, Guardians of the Sanctuary. What did you? Yeah, it's gonna be Kilo. Oh, they're gonna... Oh, yeah, I'm happy for Boss too. Because that's like the woman he's absolutely gonna want to marry. Well, well, well. It's been a long time, Raisin Stout. The Honest Alchemist and her buddies. And... Boss. Has she gotten younger? I remember her looking kind of young, but I don't remember looking this young. Has she gotten younger? I know it's like I say that the elder of this village is the one that looks like a child, so maybe that actually tracks. But she looks younger. The Honest Alchemist. Well, yeah, she's taking a jab from Ryza 1, isn't she? Kilo! Hey, is this for real? Long time no see! How have you been? It's been 4 years since we last saw you. It really is a blessing after all. I'm absolutely shocked. Are we close to the sanctuary? No, she must have travelled quite the distance to deliver Fi. Or two. So she is also an Aran, right? I didn't know too much about her, but I think she saved Boss's life before. She's very strong despite being so small. She's like a bundle of thunderbolts storming around. Oh, I like that expression. I like that term, Dion. Like a bundle of thunderbolts storming around. I kind of like that. I'm keeping that one. That's like a phrase I'm writing down to use at some point. That's cool. Did you say Fi? It's always like this. Something happens to our friends when we're not there and you're... I didn't do anything. This one came to me alone. She looks younger. I need to compare like to Ryza 1, but she looks way younger. Well, that can't be a coincidence. What do you mean? The power of the Fairy of Solace. Fi's like, it's talking about me! The Fairy of Solace, which perceives the rhymes of one's heart, sensed the rest of you in the hearts of Kilo and came here from afar. Can even do that. The Fairy of Solace can even sense the spirit of a dragon. Fi, that's amazing. Could feel the warmth with this one. I got a call from the Wave Tuner clan and was inspired to come see you. Boss, say something. Boss, yeah, here we go. Say something to the woman who might be your wife one day. Boss, you've grown so much. And it's the fact that when she approached, her hair for a second went out of her way, so both her eyes were on Boss. They're abso-fucking-lutely setting up a romance between the two. I'm fucking calling it now. Kilo. Fucking hug! Kiss! Hold hand! Something! Never thought I'd see Kilo and Fee again. There's a garden where Fee's friends got together, right? And we'll read the Garden of the Fairy Solace. We should go there with Fee. Just you wait. I know, like we have. Get out the. Oh, what the fuck? Sorry, there's a fly just came, like, started coming right into my face. Get out of here. It's not even like a fly. It's like a minuscule like bug. It's not even like a proper fly. You know, it's like a. You know, it's like it barely constitutes as anything. Like if you try and wave it away, the air of your hand will like send it out the room, kind of tiny. You got a lot of little things to do though. But it's like of all like the relationships that it feels like this game's building on, like I've said it before, I don't think we're gonna get Atelier Ryza in this game. I don't think we're never gonna get it. I still am adamant that there's gonna be a fourth Secret Saga game. It really feels like they're going it. But I think that one won't be touched upon until Claudia's mother is better. And the whole time she's still sick, while Claudia's priorities have to be elsewhere. Patricia still has a lot she needs to sort out with herself emotionally before she can really make that push with Tao. But I think Tao isn't as ignorant as he lets on about the whole thing. I think he's completely aware, it's just he knows there are other things at stake, like, you know, trying to save whatever's going on here with the islands first and whatnot. And also all his academy stuff, so it hasn't been brought up. Like, there's shit to do for everyone. But the two that feel like their story arcs are open enough to allow them to not have to worry about other shit, allow them to get together, is Boss and Kilo. And it feels like they've been setting that up. Boss's whole, like side story when you talk to him, like when you go out to talk to him and do his character stuff, is all about him getting pressured to, you know, settle down and whatnot. And we know for a fact he does not see Ryza that way. Those two have way too much of a negative chunk in their history that despite, like, the coming around and whatnot, and despite how kind of cute it would be, no, he sees Ryza as more like a sibling than a partner. Kilo, on the other hand, no. No, the fact that he's like remembered quotes of her and like remembered saying and honored her message so many years after the fact is like, no, Kilo has a permanent place in his heart. So I want that to go somewhere. Is anything the matter? Oh, it's nothing. Never mind. Isn't worth worrying about. Look like nothing. Is there something bothering you? We'd love to help. Honestly, it's nothing important. Today is the day my brother passed away. Every year I visit his grave, and I was wounded in battle with Felucia earlier. Our clan's graveyard is outside of town, and there are Felucia nests nearby. I wouldn't make it in my current state, so I've had to give up on it this year. Oh yeah, that would be heart-wrenching. Would it be alright if we went and placed flowers for you instead? I appreciate that, but it won't be easy to get there with all the Felucia. I know that, but it'll be okay. Allow us to pay your brother a visit this year. Thank you, and good luck. Nothing too harsh with the game. So I wonder if you're interested in such a collaboration as to look at my script. I am, but equally I wouldn't want to input on it to like much at all, because it's I like, for me, any review, no matter how positive or negative it is, should be entirely yours. Like, I don't mind proofreading it if that in that sense, but I wouldn't really want to give input. Like, if you're super harsh and negative on it, it's your feelings. You know? It's your thoughts and feelings on it. If you have huge problems with this game that really sent you the wrong way, talk about them. It's every ability to. Not rewrite. Yeah. You know? Like, but I'm also a firm believer of letting things cook with some things. And, like, a good example is actually this game. My very first impression of this game was way higher than what it's become now. And that's not to say I think negatively on it now. It's just I'm a lot more aware of its problems. And it's like, but equally, after I'm done with this game, and I've sat on it, or when the DLCs come out and whatnot, I might come back to this and go, actually, I can appreciate what they were trying to do here, I can appreciate what they were going for, I can appreciate X, Y, and Z. And so I end up letting things cook a whole bunch. I mean, a good example is Knights of Azure 2. I've left that game cooking for like 9 fucking months since I've come back to it. I don't know, like, I know I'm kind of giving you a non-answer. I'd be up for reading it through, and at most, I'd probably just be like, well, why do you think this, or something like that? Because that'd be like the only thing I'd ever criticize with like a reviewer. Sometimes like a reviewer, and you'll know one I'm talking about, or be able to think of one I'm talking about when I say this. They will say they don't like something, and then they'll move on, and you're like, okay, but why? I get that you don't have to over-explain every detail, but some of them, they just kind of do it. It's more about tone, natural content. Yeah, that I can understand. Like, if you're, like... I suppose, like, without reading it, the biggest thing that, like, you could check through yourself, from one writer to another, is when you read it back, does it sound like you're just kind of listing off all the problems and going, this sucks, this is terrible, this is awful, this is how it is? Or does it feel like you're trying to balance it and structure it? Because a review that's more interesting to watch is one that balances it out. If you're permanently just like, this is the best thing ever, there's nothing bad about it, people are going, alright, yeah, okay, we get it. But equally, if you just dog on it, people will just think you're bitching. So it's like, that's like the only thing that's like, I'd say almost check for yourself. Like, when you read it through, like, if it feels like you're just checklisting problems, there's a good chance it won't be fun to listen to, because it will just be, you're going from this is bad to this is bad to this is bad to, you know what I mean? Like, it gets redundant. Those are my tone. What, my trick of the trade... I've got my niche, but I'm not content with the niche. Yeah, and that's fair enough. You should always be wanting to try and expand regardless. What I tend to do with my videos is that I start on the high. Because the people who... Because what I mean is, like, no matter what, you're going to get people that'll only watch, like, the first third of your video, right? They'll watch enough to get general impression, and then leave. So instead of trying to make them watch the rest, feed into that. So then they enjoy it, they get what they want, and then because they've enjoyed it and got what they want, they're more likely to check out your other content. So, what I tend to do is make, like, my opening chunk, not, like, force more positive, but more to the point. Like, personally, I try and make it more positive, because it puts people in a better mood as they're watching it. Like, I'd be like, okay, Ryza 3 is an ambitious new direction for the franchise, because it is. It's trying something new, it's trying to be something different, and for a very first attempt at doing something of this scale, they got a pretty, like, I'd say, like, a good 7 out of 10 effort. And I don't mean as in, like, that's the score, I mean, like, in comparison to, like, other games, where it's like, it's good, it's just not brilliant. And then from there, it's like, you've got your initial point, you've got your starter, and people are like, oh, okay, so there is things to like about it, and it is trying something new, got it. So people are interested in trying it, now immediately have their incentive. But then from there, you can be like, the reason why it gets those points to the 7 are all of these things. It's like, the fact that it's got this new quest generator, so there's always stuff to do. The fact that the character quests are more sporadic across the regions, and so it gives you more incentive to explore more. The fact that there is a more explorative world in general, that all these shortcut markers, the quick travel system reworks the landmark system for the better, instead of it just being random shit. But it does end up detracting from X, Y, and Z, and then you start going off from there, Because there are things that the open world, and I don't want to blame it alone, but it does feel like there's things that the development resources of making the world much bigger ended up affecting other things by proxy. And so you could then talk about that and then explain why it didn't get the last 3 points, Most of you've got 1.2k view count, and people did not agree with how I went about it. But then there's one of the... a good person to watch that I would personally recommend anyway, because I enjoy his content. There's a reviewer called Some Call Me Johnny, and it's not just the fact that he does reviews. It's not always. He does a thing where basically, if it's been a really long time since he's done a review for a game, he will do like a much shorter, like 5 to 10 minute video, where it's basically like a second take, where it's like, okay, now all this times have gone and all the initial impressions have been, I've gone back and played it. These are the things that felt different to me. So it's like you have the context of the original. I wish I could remember what it's called. He hasn't done one in a while. I know that guy. Yeah, I've watched his reviews for like 12 years, so it's just the first person that comes to mind. Actually, I should just go do a quest instead of just running around in circles. Is that it? Or is that something else? That's another quest, okay. Okay, the cave's graves over here. Or like if there's extra content added. Like with SVS, speaking of it, in the upcoming Switch version, I don't know if it's going to come to the other versions, but we know that the Switch version is going to have 2 extra characters added to the game that are going to be playable that weren't in the other version. I mean, I think they're in the story, but they just weren't playable, whilst now they're going to be made playable. So it's like they're also going to be rebalancing and reworking a couple of things. Probably taking a few cues from like launch and just trying to like make a 2.0 out of it, if that makes sense. Which is fair enough. That could be a good thing to justify a second take. To be like, oh, when it comes out, you go back through it and be like, okay, on second visit, this I've warmed up to, this I still feel quite permanent on. However, I can like not to put words in your mouth, I can admit to being too harsh on this, or something like that. Because I've done that. Lord knows, I am a vicious person when it came to Neptunia Rebirth 2. When I reviewed that game, I was super fucking harsh on its story. Because I really liked where it was going, but hated how it ended. And I remember even people in my family saying, you kind of went off on a tangent on it. And I was like, well, shit. You know what, no, this is... Let me put down some neutralizers. No, I'm going to put in some high quality flowers. It's the least we can do for the dead. Can you elaborate? Oh, this. Keep in mind this was back when I first experienced the saga. So this was like just after V2R came out. So it's been a few years ago. When I went through Rebirth 2, I loved the setup of the story for the first 4 chapters. I loved what they were going for. I loved that it was had a bit more of an undertone to it. I loved that the characters had more depth in it. Like on first first visit, like, you know, Nepgear had her own anxieties and troubles. Uni had her own like regrets and things holding her back that she had to overcome. Ram annoyed me, but I came around, and Rom was cute, whatever. Like, there was things happening. You get past chapter 4, the original Nep crew comes in, and it feels like all of that went out the window to be a standard Nep story all of a sudden. And yes, like, depending on your ending, you can make it dark or deeper again, but it felt like the game just shifted away from it, and it really annoyed me, because I was genuinely invested in the story, and it just took me out of it when Neptune Noir Vert and Blanc came out and was suddenly just being the Nep show again, you know? Like, it was suddenly just a standard Nep story. And it just really rubbed me the wrong way, because I liked the fact that they felt like there was more of an effort and more of a focus. Which ended up carrying over a little bit into my Rebirth 3. Because in my Rebirth 3 review, I remember being kind of harsh on it as well. But in reflection, I ended up liking it a bit more. It was just because it was just right off the gate, it felt like another Nep game. I was just a bit like, God damn it, they're really not going to do what they were... They're going to commit to having like a more deeper or interesting story. Wearing out their welcome. Yeah, there's certainly things they could do with the main cast of Nep. The problem is, it never comes across like they're interested in doing it. I don't know whether it was like the bad reception to how Nep was in Victory that kind of scared them off from doing different takes of characters again. But Jesus Christ, either do a different take of the characters, either give them a character arc of some kind, or put them on the sidelines that they've been kind of doing with SVS and the upcoming Game Maker Revolution. I say that, I know that the main Nepcast are involved in SVS, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be involved in the new game as well. But I like that SVS Nepgear is the protag, and I like that Game Maker Revolution Big Nep is the protag. You know, it's just characters that aren't Neptune Noir, Blanc and Vert, and they're, at this point, static characters. Rankings. There's a review of Neps. And I think that's like my biggest thing. It's like, there was a point when it felt like they could have been dynamic, as in, like, you know, they could have character arcs, they can change as people. They're not that anymore. They're static. They're the exact fucking same in how they are, in how they act, in how they react, in how and everything, in every single scenario. But the game isn't a goddamn sitcom like Simpsons, where you watch Homer Simpson's be an idiot for like 15 minutes, half an hour, you laugh, and then go about your day. It's a full-length RPG So these static characters don't serve a purpose. They're just there to be there. And that's why I get annoyed at them. Whilst Netgear, I haven't played SVS, so I obviously can't speak for it too much, but she's still, even in Victory and even in V2, especially V2, felt dynamic. It felt like there were still things that she was learning, coming to terms with, getting to understand better. It felt like she was changing as a person as it went on. Yeah, and that's absolutely a firm argument, that the franchise lacks identity. But it's why I appreciate, even though I haven't played it, and so I can't speak on my opinions on how it ended up, I appreciate the commitment to actually just trying to do something that SVS is, you know? Instead of just being another quirky NEP spin-off, it's actually trying to do something. And the fact that Game Maker Revolution isn't, like, suddenly changing the formula again. It's doubling down on what SVS set as like a starting, but just doing everything in their power to improve it, to take feedback, to, you know, take criticism and try and make it better. It's like, regardless of how good or bad it may be, I appreciate the fact they're actually trying to find an identity for this series again, you know? That they're actually trying to move something forward and learn and progress, and not just be Neptune made another city, like, fourth wall joke, Noir's being a tsundere, ha 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 ha, Blanc is self-conscious and is throwing it out on Thundertits, Vert is being a creepy kind of weirdo trying to take over all the little siblings, and that's it. Aren't you enjoying yourself after the 8th fucking game in a row like this? Sister will be back next year for sure. Just wait a little longer, okay? Time to go back and report. That said, although I haven't got SVS in the schedule, like, officially yet, like, I haven't figured out where I'm putting it, I absolutely am going to make sure I cover it before Game Maker Rev is out. Because if Game Maker Rev is supposed to be, like, you know, taking the foundations of SVS and expanding and learning from them, and they've been a huge... You look at interviews, they're pushing a lot that they really wanted to get this right. It's not like a quirky spin-off that they're just pretending is going to be good, we promise. Like, they're being more honest. They're saying, like, we want to get this right. We want to be something people are proud of, which is why we've doubled down on what SVS is doing. Because they want to get it right, and so they want to take in the feedback and criticism and all the problems people had with it and give it another shot. On his grave. We placed flowers on his grave. My thanks, I'm sure that he's delighted. Not many of the boys in our clan like flowers, but he loved them. He was so young. I'm not so sure. How old is he? I think the fact that it's prepared to do something different is a step in the right direction by nature. And if they're prepared, I say that. Sometimes there's something different can be an absolute... I'm a Sonic fan. I shouldn't have said that. I take that back. I'm a Sonic fan. Sonic the Hedgehog has spent a lifetime of doing something different and it going horribly wrong. Fucking Jesus Christ. That was a can of worms. No, close the lid. I didn't say that. Pretend I didn't say anything. Jesus Christ. No. Let me word that properly, what I was trying to get across. I think them trying to commit to something different is refreshing enough that I'm prepared to give it that chance and prepared to treat it as a step in the right direction, if that makes sense. So I haven't played it myself, so obviously how I'll be will be how I'll be. It might conflict to how restricted the mechanics are, but that's what they were saying. They said that in like the interviews, like the director and whatnot, they're aware people had problems with the gameplay system. They're aware people didn't like everything about it, or some people really didn't like it full stop. And they want to make those people better for it. They want to make they want to listen to them and be like, okay, you thought this was restrictive. What can we do to make it less restrictive? That's literally the ideology behind making this game. Like, you look at all the interviews, it's not them, let's just try and make a game. Like, this is the first one where it's like, Game Maker Revolution, I'm genuinely aware of. Yeah, and they're probably aware of Sophie 2. To be honest, yeah, honestly, they probably are. Because Sophie 2 had such a fundamentally better system in handling this shit. Like, it's unarguable, at least to me personally, that Sophie 2 had a phenomenal system for its turn-based gameplay. While still being active enough to not let people who aren't the biggest turn-based fan be left astray. Like, it was active enough that they, constantly swapping characters, you had so many options at any right time, they had pieces to do it, while still being turn-based. over a decade to get it right. Yeah, but they've had over a past decade of just focusing on other things and just letting spin-offs be spin-offs. That's what I mean by I'm more looking forward to this one, because their mentality and their focus is different. During like the near 10-year gap between V2 and now, most of the games they've made have been in conjunction with other titles. They haven't been the priority. You know? Like, whilst they were working on Cybernep, they were also working on Dragonstar Varnir. While they were working on, or helping out GRPG with the Death End games, because they were extra hands for both Death End games, they were working on, not Cybernep, whatever it was. You know what I mean? Like, they were working on other spin-offs, and so it was never the priority. Like, NEP very much just became in the background. This is the first time since V2 where NEP's on the priority, and they want to make fans happy. They want to make it right. You know? And so it's why I'm prepared to give them more of a chance. I'm not overly optimistic, as much as it would probably sound that way, but I'm prepared to give them more of a chance. Obviously, once I play SVS, we'll see. Well, once I get around to playing it, we'll see. But I'm prepared to give it some wiggle room. I'm prepared to give it more of a chance and see how it feels after that. And I said, Game Maker Revolution already has my attention. Just because, you know, the main character is Big Nep and not just Neptune. and you can ride her motorcycle and ride it around the fields. And that's just kind of nice. It's like, okay, sure. I know it's a little gimmicky, but you know what? Cool. We get to play as Big Nep, and it actually feels like a Big Nep game. So it was just that Nep wasn't the priority for a decade. That was what the impression I always got. There was always something else that they were working on. Whether it was Idea Factory themselves just not being as interested, or whether that was their publisher, Compile Heart, leaning them onto other projects, I don't think we'll ever know. But it is the way they is. This is one running the ground before they prioritize the cash just seems tasteless to me. Yeah, I can appreciate that. But as I said, that's why I don't know how much of it was on Idea Factory as a development team with their priorities, or how much of that was on Compile Heart saying, no, we want you to work on this now. We want you to work on this now. And I don't think we will know anytime soon. Anyway, let's talk to this poor sad female warrior. He was 278 years old when he passed. Did you just say 278? Yes, only 50 years younger than myself. If 278 is considered young, the Orin and humans have totally different sense of things. Oh my, I'm sorry, the topic is quite gloomy. Yeah, as a sign of my thanks, have ye the sun's protection and the moon's guidance. Okay, is there an actual reward of that? Oh, a raven toad recipe. So is there an actual reward of that, or you're just saying praise to Jesus in front of me and hoping that would take that as a reward? Tam's still any goodwill from you towards Neps. Yeah, I know like you have like a genuine hatred towards Tamsoft, but I at least get what you mean. Tamsoft's developed games as a whole tend to be a little weird. Well, so I suppose I'll get. So I can't like say I agree or disagree with SVS because I haven't played it. All I know of SVS, like, you know, paying attention to the NEP community, is that it was welcomed. And it's like the first NEP game that was welcomed in like forever. The last NEP game I saw get even close to being as positively received is Super NEP RPG. And as you know, I don't like that game. But it's like SVS, it felt like the major majority of the audience, from what I could tell, liked it. They enjoyed SVS. I'm like, okay, so clearly they're on the right step. It's just everyone liked it with an apostrophe. You know, everyone liked it, but, and I think that's what IF want to address with Game Maker Revolution. They don't want it. They want people to just like it, but to do so, they need to be more willing to take the step back and take that step aside, and put a little bit of ego on the line and be like, okay, what did we fuck up? Oh, I liked it too, but yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, it felt like that was the general like incentive of the community. Everyone was, I liked it, but whilst all the other NEP games, like even the ones that I didn't mind in terms of spin-offs, people genuinely were much harsher on. They were much like, oh, maybe if they did more of this, it would have been at least passable. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, okay, I get it. You hate the game. And this century all by yourself ever since we got back, huh? Did it get lonely at all? Not even once. For me, this is the way it is. And since this world is my home, how could I feel lonely at all? their positives overcome the negatives. That's good. Wow, in my case, when I leave Kirk Island even for a little, I miss it. That simply speaks of how wonderful your home is. Maybe so. It's the boonies and there isn't much to do, but I love it. As for yes, it's just their storytelling survived bad writing hell. What it sounds like Nep's going through, and it's funny that I'm going to make this comparison considering Nep's, like, you know, her character's based off Sega. It sounds like exactly what Sonic had been through. You know, I've said before that, like, Sonic's writing changed in the early 2010s with the starting of Sonic Colors, and it became more like a Saturday morning cartoon with all its writing. And from that point onwards, I didn't really enjoy any of the Sonic games' writing, because I just found it more cringy. And then it felt like, although Sonic Frontiers, you know, this start of a new saga, still carries some of the weight of the problems, it's fixed the writing problem. It's actually written well, and it's a good story. And it's like, it's ironic that something owned by Sega and a character inspired by Sega are seemingly going through similar-esque systems. They did a game development law, yeah. Because that was the best thing Sonic Frontiers did. After Sonic Forces was a colossal piece of shit, in every sense of the word, at least to me personally. Like, there is no game I'm harsher on than Sonic Forces. It's because I love the franchise, so I think I've earned the right to be like, no, Forces is a piece of shit, because I've played, I know what the franchise can be like at its best. But that's besides the point. They kind of culture reset everything for Frontiers. And the best thing Sonic Frontiers did, and I know this doesn't apply for every franchise, but for Sonic, the biggest thing that had been carrying the stories throughout the entire of the Colors arc was the comic books. Especially the new saga that's been around for the past 4 years. So what did they do? They got the guy who made the comic books to write for Frontiers. And lo and behold, it's a fantastic story. Like, getting Ian Flynn to write Frontiers was such a breath of fresh air. Because it's like, no, this guy gives a shit and knows what it is. I played Forces and felt empty. The thing with Forces is that, and this applies to the entire Colors era, it's just Forces is the worst offender. The entire Colors era, when I say Saturday morning cartoon, I mean it in, like, the sense of it's not, like, intended for family or intended for kids. No, the Colors saga always feels like it's intended to be, like, toddler's first game. The only one that kind of escaped it was Generations, because Generations was an anniversary title, and so although its story didn't exist, it made up for it with great level design. Like, Generations is a super fucking fun game, so you don't really care that the story is awful. That the story is just, oh no, this time god is affecting everything, so you have to play old levels, and then the story ceases to exist for the whole game. And then at the end of it, it's like, oh no, the time god is actually a robot Eggman made, and then you beat it and the game ends. You're like, okay. Sure. But for Forces, it's a 3-hour... Fever Dream's the right word for it. It's a 3-hour walkathon where you go down corridors and the game refuses to let go of your hand. And then when you're done with it, you're like, what was the point of that? You know, like, it wasn't a glitchy mess like it could have been, but it was also inconsequential. And a game that's inconsequential is almost like a worse fate, because then you don't remember it. It just exists. And that was my biggest thing with Forces. Especially because at the time, Forces came out 4 months after Sonic Mania. And when you keep in mind Sonic Mania was made by fans that were just given an official budget by Sega, and Mania is the second best Sonic game ever made, when the game made by fans was god tier, and then 3 months later, the official next mainline entry was a boring piece of shit, people noticed. You know, people were like, huh, it's almost like the current team doesn't really know what they're doing. My favourite story of Sonic? Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. It's the biggest thing I'll defend 06 on. I have a guilty pleasure for Sonic's levels, but the actual story, for Shadow in particular, was great. Sonic has, like, issues, because the whole thing's so focused around Princess Elise, it's just like, please stop. And Silver is... I like his story, but I don't love it. I like that it's, you know, a naive kid having to do the right thing, and at the end of it, like, one of the most beloved characters has to die, and you're like, fuck, great. Just for time to get reset anyway, so she comes back to life, so you're like, alright, great, she's still alive. But still. But Shadow, it was the finale of a story arc for him, and they actually did it justice. I like Shadow's story arc in 06. But that was the thing I missed from that era. Characters had story arcs. and they had the commitment to not just make it a one-done game, you know? It wasn't, oh, this character's going through something, but it's resolved at the end. No, they start Shadow Story in Sonic Adventure 2, it carries through Heroes, and then it ends in 06. So much worse than Damsel in Distress. Yeah, I get that, but I let Silver off because at least he's a fun, naive kid. Kid learns from their mistakes. Because he's like, in Silver's case, he's from the distant future, in a world that's already ruined, and he returns to the past on the pretense that Sonic is the Iblis trigger, that Sonic is the reason why it all fails. The problem is that he's so desperate to stop his world from ending, he doesn't listen when literally everyone else says, hey, you know Sonic's the one that always saves the day? And he's just like, no, you're the Iblis trigger, I gotta destroy you! No, Sonic's good. And when he finally realizes Sonic's good, it's actually Mephiles pulling everything from behind the scenes. You know, Mephiles, the guy who's also the voice of Yugi Moto from the Yu-Gi-Oh series. I'll play another Mario game with the princess before I play another naive kid. But because I'm biased as well, because Silver's basically my son. I make the joke every now and then I play Sonic, but like I want Silver to come back because he's basically my boy. Anytime he shows up, I'm like, there he is! There's my boy. I treat Silver as my son, as far as I'm concerned. Dan Green? Yes. Mephiles, the main villain of 06, is voiced by Dan Green. And you can hear it. If you listen to Mephiles talk, you can hear Yugi. Especially when he does his like menacing speeches and goes all deep. You can hear Atem. Maybe so. It's the moon thing much love. Sounds nice. And when you talk about it, I'm becoming interested in Kirkin Island. How about this? I'll bring you some of our local Kirkin food with me next time. There's a lot of it. Like Silver, I don't know if he still is, but he was voiced by Quinton Flynn in 06, aka Raiden from Metal Gear Solid, and Axel in Kingdom Hearts. Kirkin food. Oh, I can't wait to try it. To Combat and DMC2. Yeah, that's an odd one. They really got rid of the whole, like, nationality thing. Like, when you play it in, like, a different European country, it goes through. Oh, do I not have any Kirkin? How do I not have any Kirkin fruit? I do. Have, like, fucking... This wasn't like to know. Ugh. Oh, maybe I have to reset it. Maybe I have to reset it. I mean, I can go pick up more. Maybe that will reset it. Would be a good place to go. Actually, whilst we're here... No, never mind. I had to check. Oh, that's a shame. I mean, you still could get it. It's just you have to do... you have to do Blade Palace the annoying way, which is what I gave up on. It's why it's the only Devil May Cry game of that trilogy I haven't platinumed, because I just gave up. I didn't care. The game wasn't fun enough for me to want to do it. Which is different from oh, this is just pick up. Different from you know, DMC4, where the reason why I didn't want to platinum it in special edition is because the platinum is such a pain in the ass. Because no damage Dante on floor 101. Yeah, great. It only takes one straight bullet, and now you've wasted 2 hours because you've got to do the whole run again to try it. In DMC5, I don't enjoy Hell in Hell mode. And the idea of trying to S-rank every mission on it as well, just, and especially because doing it with Virgil doesn't count, it has to be done on the main story. It's like, I don't want to play as V. I don't want to play as V. Wait, the hard way, yeah. Like, when I did my Let's Play of DMC5, like before I started streaming, I made it so every character I played on a different difficulty. It wasn't just a gimmick for, like, to mix it up. It was because I didn't like playing as V, so I made up an excuse to still get challenge out of the game while getting V done. So Nero, because it's the character I'm the best with, I played on DMD and S-ranked every mission, and I made sure I did for the sake of the playthrough. Dante I did on Son of Sparta, because I'm alright as him, but I'm no expert. And V I played on normal, because I was like, fuck Nero. I was like, fuck V. So can we just not give this... I don't think we can give that in yet. I think we have to advance plot a smidge, and then it'll let us. Okay. And then Virgil I did on LDK, because Virgil can handle LDK like it's nobody's business. I'll continue trying to plant them, freaking Civ Rev 2, then do bloody Palace DMC 2. Oof. Yeah, fair enough. Hey, what do you want? Ah, you're alright. So you're about to fall over. I'm fine. This underworld forest is packed with Felucia. Dealing with them is exhausting. Are you saying you came up this far? No, but if we don't do anything, they'll gather and potentially block our descent. I'm clearing them out regularly, but we're basically surrounded while we're in the forest. There's just no time for rest, so I'm just a bit fatigued. I see. So then, what could help you so that you can feel a bit more at ease? Here's V. V, I just always feel like I'm bored playing as him. Doesn't matter how much I try and experiment on what to do, it feels like I'm like railroaded to set options. Nero, the arms make the moveset. You can do whatever the fuck you want, and if you know what options you want to make, Nero is a dream. It's just if you're struggling with the arms, or you lose them easily, or whatever, then yeah, he feels clunky and off. But he's a far cry better than what he was in 4. I still like playing him as him in 4, but in 5, it's like, no. In 4, I like playing as him, but I'd rather play Dante. In 5, I love playing as him. I will play him over Dante, because I learnt him. These for tacticians. Yeah, it's also for people who don't like style. That's my problem. Devil May Cry is always at its best when it feels like you're not just beating your enemies, you're fucking ruling them. You're styling on them. You're putting your own personality into the character. V feels like you can't do that. Because the only personality you can put into it is taunts and reading the fucking book. That was for me. I like styling on my enemies. I like being a stylish motherfucker that doesn't just beat them, but beats them the cool way. And V doesn't beat anything the cool way. Because he doesn't beat anything himself. He does it with the mooks, and then you just step in and tap them. That's how it's always been with me. I love like styling on enemies, not just beating them. Not finding the way forward. And Nero, although super aggressive, is great for styling on enemies. And Dante literally gave birth to the idea of styling on enemies because it's fucking Dante. Red Hot Knight was Royal freaking Guard. Yeah, but Royal Guard can be part of the personality. Red Hot Knight, not so much. But Royal Guard can be part of the personality. You can be a suave arsehole, slowly walk into a fight like you don't give a shit about anything. Like, not even looking at the enemy that's about to charge you, and then wha-bang, and you hit the Royal Guard, and you just fucking ruin their day. You feel like a sick motherfucker doing that. It's not just standing there waiting for the guard to come up and tapping a button. You can put it into the style. V, it's like, hey, do you like reading? I know I'm being exaggerant here, but I'm not being exaggerant here, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Yeah, I said Red Hot Knight, there's absolutely an argument for. Red Hot Knight is the win button. There's no denying that. Everyone scores Virgil at least once with Red Hot Knight, because it's the easiest way to beat him quick. And depending on what attack he goes for, you can get the no damage bonus and guarantee an S rank on DMD without having to try. But that doesn't mean the whole of Dante's moveset's like that. No, you can put everything else into being either a suave arsehole or a deadly aggressor or anything. Whilst for me personally with V, I enjoyed him enough to play as him to get through the game, but I did not enjoy him enough to want to do anything else with him. Like, when I went through Bloody Palace, I did Nero legit, I did Dante legit, I did V with Super V, because I just did not want to do it proper. I had no motivation to do so. That's how I beat flipping everyone. Yeah, fair enough. And Nero, I liked the mini game of keeping the weapon fueled by tapping L2 in sync with the beat. I liked the fact that you had 2 different grapple arms about the end of it. At some point, either watch my Let's Play of it, or at some point if I ever stream it, I'll try and show you why I love Nero. Why he's fun as fuck for me. Because he's literally just hey, enemies, do you enjoy standing on the ground? Well, now you're not. Good luck. You're never touching the ground until you die. Because you can just juggle them, enemy step them, chain combos, keep the fire going by tapping the trigger properly. Use grapple effectively to keep them pulled together. Use the devil trigger grapple to grab more enemies at once. Like, you know, there's so much out of Nero you can get, and that's ignoring the arms. You know, like doing like complete time stop, breaking the arm, and then doing the full dance taunt in front of Virgil at the end of the game before then still having enough time to plant 3 bombs on him with Overture, and then use the rocket to send him into the sky so it all goes off like a fucking firework. Chef's kiss, you know? That was like, for me, it was just like, I felt like a demon. I feel a bit more at ease. Let me think. If I had something fighting Felicia a bit easier, it would help a lot. Perhaps a weapon? Maybe some armor to protect yourself would be better. Oh, making armor for you. Okay. Do I have any armor to give you? No. What armor do you want? Don't be free radiant plates, you greedy bitch. I'll be back in a minute. We're probably going to trigger a cutscene when we go back to the Atelier anyway, but god damn it. Right, let's see what plot we're going to activate, and then we'll worry about making 3 radiant plates. I'll just make 1 and duplicate it. I'm not that fussed. Is something wrong? The enemy. I can smell it. I don't know what kind, but something's there, not too far away. What? Lila, how do you know that? Just going to switch to the only version that we can play as Maho. Yeah, that's the thing I was talking about a minute ago, or earlier, where I was saying like the Switch version is getting extra features and some qualities of life. I imagine, well, I say imagine, I hope it's not a permanent exclusive. It's more like a buyer bonus for buying this later version, and then later on it will either get patched in or be like a DLC thing for the other versions or something like that. I hope. Obviously, we'll see when we go there, but yeah, it's the same in like the Devil May Cry HD collection came to Switch and DMC3 got style swapping built in. And I was like, what? Come on! Lila, how do you know that? Can't see it at all. Are you sure? Yes. It's like I can hear it and sense its temperature, but I can't explain it any more than that. If Lila says so, then it must be there. What are you going to do? Leaving it alone until we run it is something I'd rather not do. There's also the risk that they'll come up to us and attack us, which puts us at a disadvantage. It's because I was planning on doing a Virgil vid, where it's done saying Virgil, but with Nepgear and Mahu instead. That'd be funny, that'd be cool. Instead, it might be safer to go out there and attack from our side. That's fine with me. Would say you, Lila. It looks like it's not only Lent, but Ryza is also getting a hang of fighting. Well, in my experience, being scared increases the chances of being attacked, and oftentimes it's more dangerous that way. That's right. Well, the problem this time is that we don't even know where the enemy is. Still, a little precaution makes all the difference when you actually encounter the enemy. And the enemy sure doesn't care about our plans. You say you know where the enemy is? What about the direction? Right. I can send something to the west of the village. Alright, let's make these radiant thinking plates. Can we even make radiant plates? Oh, do we even have access to radiant plates? That's a better question. Hang on a minute. Old Philosopher's Stone. Grace Nero. Miracle. Rainbow, rainbow, rainbows. Vision of the Devil. I kept dodging my attacks if I was doing Trickster with Nepgear. That'd be fun. So Theo. That's Mystic Robe. That's not Radiant. Warrior Choker. Quartz Necklace. Clairvoyant Monocle. Warlock Wing. Cluster Clefs. Feather Drafts. Crystal Element. Prisoner Decline. Fake Bouquet. Luft. Cantera Calamity. That sounds so attractive and inviting. Warrior Bangle. Plot and DLC stuff. Okay, is it in the skill tree? Yeah, I don't think it is. Okay, if I was a radiant plate, where would I be? To Google! 1 second. I'm just going to look it up so we can get this quest done. Oh, there are RNG chests? One on top of the island with the green mounds in Karg Island, and one in the southeast area of the distant box. Great. Top of the island with the green mounds on Karg. Great, let's see if we can get these radiant plates. Fantastic. Let's see if we can go fucking find them. Woo. Oh, there's a character thing here as well. One thing at a time. Green mound. Does it mean this? Let's head over there. See if we can get lucky. Oh, you know what I could do before we get too carried away? Keys. Oh, we're not in our Atelier, so we can't re-equip them. Let me go back to Atelier then, so I can equip them. I'm going to try to see what the highest quality keys I can equip. There we go. Enjoying Zero somewhat. I'm glad. I'm glad you're coming around to it a little bit. The 4-5 they introduced MacGuffin to for Aja. Oh right. I'm just gonna start using this on everything we pass by and hope we get lucky. Fucking wow! There it is! Holy shit! Wow! Alright. Jesus, wow, that was... Why can't I always be this lucky? And we got a Delphi Rose in that. Oh. Alright, mission accomplished. Let's get back home. She's ludicrously sugary to a point of unbelievability. Oh, I get what you mean in that. Like the kid that's too kind to the neighborhood and everyone loves them and they're the best ever and you're like, what? Oh, what are we missing? Oh, be sure there, we can make that. Can we make more alchemy fibers? Because I don't want to burn like the good shit. Don't forget to use the resin. Wait, okay. Man, changing subjects slightly because I've been like paying attention and thinking about it a little bit. I really can't wait for Honkai Star Rail. I really can't wait for that game to come to console because now I've seen the protagonist and like you know, like, oh, I've got like no star team as well. And what I mean is, like, with previous like Hoyoverse games, we had, you know, Honkai Third Impact, where the protagonist was, you know, an up-and-coming, optimistic warrior. You go to Genshin, and, like, Lumine, like, almost got, like, a princess, but with some cheekiness personality. What do we have in Star Rail? A fucking, like, street gremlin. And I'm like, yes! Like, she's got, like, her hair's a mess, she's got, like, a scruffy jacket, she's got black gloves on. Like, she, like, makes memes and jokes. She bullies, like, some of the other characters, like, just, like, on a whim, just because she's kind of, like, that, kind of got that kind of bantery personality about it. Like, she's just, like, a gremlin girl, and I'm just like, I love this girl already. I love that every, like, Hoyoverse protagonist, despite being, like, the insert sort of thing, all of them are so different from one another. I love that. Lumine is my goddess. Oh, I never actually made the bestial air, whoops. I got distracted making alchemy fibers. Well, no, it's obviously it's the same thing as always, where it's up to you what dialogue you pick and what you yourself make her say and get involved in. It's just that she gives off this, like, not gremlin as in, like, always making jokes, as in, like, you know someone like this girl who just kind of is a bit tomboyish and kind of is a little bit gruff and, like, kind of hangs with the boys and hangs with the lads. Like, that's kind of the vibe that she gives off more. At least for me. I say, it's like she's got the scruffy hair, she's got, like, this black jacket that's, like, way past its, like, worn past its welcome sort of thing. Where it's like, you know, she doesn't give a shit about her fashion, so she just kind of vibes with it. She's got black gloves on. Her weapon, her signature weapon is a baseball bat, instead of, you know, being like any kind of fancy sword. It's like, originally I was like, no, she's like one of the guys kind of characters, and I love those kind of characters. And seeing how she bounces off March, because March is another character I'm enchanted by, but March, because she's going, March is the mascot character Paimon wishes she was. Because she's actually fun. She's not this little... But does she, or does she not wear short shorts? She wears a short skirt. If I recall. Like, she wears like I mean, like, not like short as in like super short, but it's like halfway down her thighs short. And looking at the concept art, the skirt was originally going to be longer, but they shortened it at some point in development. It was originally going to be a one-sided skirt, where it's like, you know, it's longer on like the right side than it is on the left, but they changed it at some point in development. She was also going to have like a scarf at one point, but that vanished. She's short skirt and trainers, I think. But she is supposed to be like a proper, like, kid on the block kind of, like, vibe. Obviously there's the male protagonist as well you can play as, but who the fuck... Who's gonna do that? And it's gonna be the same when Zenless Zone Zero comes out probably sometime next year, Hoyoverse's next game. Zenless's main two, the girl of the two, is entirely the cutesy kind of character. So it's like we've got Kiana, who's, you know, this like training warrior who's like been through shit and trying to go things. We've got this like slightly cheeky gremlin princess through Lumine, who kind of just like can banter around, have a bit of fun, but she's a very glamorous and like angelic like person. Now we've got like this very like tomboyish, like one of the lads uses a baseball bat for a weapon, gruffy but kind of cheeky, and protags in, I think Stell is her name. And then we've got this complete cutie who's just trying to like get past her life and find her vibe with Zenless's main girl, and I don't know what her name is. Because I like how they managed to get like a different vibe with each character, and not just like kind of play it safe and have it be the same sort of self-insert. Sorry, I had to wipe my eyes while I stopped for a second. An itch on my eyelid. Right, you prepared to let me turn this in yet? No, okay, so we gotta wait for the game to let me turn that in. Trying style costumes. Now, I like, I'll see if I can find a screenshot. I like Stell's look. I say for me, it's more the scruffy hair I vibe with. Because it's the epitome of someone who, like, puts a brush through it once a week, just enough to, like, be presentable, but that's it. And that's me. I only brush my hair when I'm going out to work. Subdued. Glad you like them. Seem much livelier now. It's not just me. Should make it far less likely for my friends to get hurt. But yeah, kind of like Kirara, but cooler because it's a bit longer. And she at least has a hair clip to stop her fringe going over her eyes, which is what Kirara doesn't have. Kirara doesn't believe in hair clips. Will we go over here? Oh, just another normal quest. So we can't turn that in just yet because the game won't let us. Unless there's something specific about it that we have to give in. No, it just says give it in, so we just gotta wait, I guess, for like the topic to change. First. Let me see if I can get an image. 1 second. No, no. Share image. Copy link. There we go. There you are. Of both pro tags from the artwork. I like her design. Oh, where do you want to take us, my friend?
Ryza なら有効活用してくれるよね。
Yeah. Oh well, I like her design, all right. Fair enough. It's very much my style. Anyway, what do you want, base sorcerer? Well, you say that, but well, Lumine, a lot of like the lesbian goddess is like from the community. Stell actually gives you a lot of options to flirt with the girls, so it's like it's less of something the community imply, more actually is a thing that could actually be a thing, you know? I say that the game's only just launched, so it'll probably have a lot of quality of life and story expansions, and you know it yet before we learn more. But they've tried to make more of an effort, and it's not saying they didn't in Genshin, because I think Aether and Lumine are pretty good with having more of a personality than just being the self-insert. It'd be less cute. Yeah, fair enough. But they are making more of an effort to kind of let the characters have more personality options and more availability for what you can do with them to kind of make them your own. And like I said, the friendship that your main character has with March, like the mascot girl, is genuinely kind of endearing from all the little scenes I've seen, because it does like their friendship, and I don't mean this in a shippy way. It reminds me of like Netgear and Uni, where it's like they might banter and tease each other a little bit here and there, but they're actually like best friends, and you can tell they're best friends. Like you don't have to be told. Like they've actually got a really good vibe about them. Oh, Pine. Yeah, because it's not a little fairy thing. It's a human being that's your buddy. That's like the one that talks to you and whatnot. And it's a human being that's also can be a playable party member. So it's like it's infinitely more useful than Paimon as well, because she can actually be involved in the fight. Come to this place, blindly walking around. It's dangerous. We're a bit curious. This place, it's a remnant of a base, right? Yes, it was once a base in the front line of battle of the people of the AOG. From how long ago? From that long ago? That's right, but as you can see, it no longer serves as a base. It does, however, serve as an outlook. We use it that way. I look out for Felucia. The face is Place lies between the Foggy Veil and Cavern of Insanity. And because it's based in the Honkai universe, which is more sci-fi and future-y, the game lets you pull out a phone and text any character you've met. And I think that's just a nice little thing. It's the same thing that I liked in like the Blue Affection games, that you can just kind of like whip out a phone and text a character. So like you can pester them, and like if you want to just chat to a character you like for a while, even though they have no plot relevance, it's like just whip out your phone and just text them. A bit irrational. My problem with Paimon is that the character herself is fine. The problem with Paimon is that she's the only source of the plot. That's my problem. If there was other characters that Paimon bounced off that were permanent party members and not just flavor of the week for whatever plot quest we were in, Paimon would be fine. But because Paimon has to be the sole thing of checking the player still caught up to speed on the plot, checking that you know what's going on with the lore, checking where it's going, whilst also being a character, Paimon talks way too much. And so inevitably she was going to get annoying regardless. That's my problem with Paimon. All of Paimon's problems would be fixed if there was just another character that stayed. And it wasn't just Lumine and Paimon are the only permanents. Everyone else is depending on where you are or what plot you're in. If they had a permanent third person, it would solve so much of Paimon's problems overnight. I'm not even kidding. Because it'd be someone else to make sure the player keeps up. Kind of sort of does he know guy. So that's why Paimon comes across super annoying. Because yeah, I find Paimon super annoying. What doesn't help is that Paimon almost definitely is suspicious as fuck anyway, from like a bunch of lore reasons. And so like you already like have reasons to not entirely trust Paimon anyway. So when it's someone who doesn't trust who also keeps talking, it gives you more validation to be annoyed at them. There are a surprising number of battles we watch from here, repairing our weapons each day. Speaking of which, you're an alchemist, right? Can you make some sturdy weapons? Absolutely. Would you like me to make a weapon sturdy enough to fight Felucia? Help a lot. Piece of cake. What are we making? 3 unfolds. Oh, do we have? Are we given the recipe for unfolds? Oh, Infestio. Never mind. Oh, we can. Who's the unfold for? I'm trying to figure out who's it for. Like, I don't think it's one enough to be a greatsword. Is it a boss weapon? Which would be almost kind of fitting. I need more Goldatrons like yesterday. Holy sh... Let me gem reduce. We don't need my old weapons. We can get rid of that. Don't need some of these anymore. I could go grind up some Trions, because they sell for decent. Like, case in point, they don't sell bad at all. This mission is to train my patient's low to collective IQ of the room to the double digits. Fair enough. Now, the whole thing with Paimon is that it always seems like she's in communication with Celestia. That's the thing that kind of like rubs me the wrong way. And the evidence of it is that when they were in an unknown realm in the chasm, that was proven to be disconnected from Celestia. And what did Paimon do for the whole thing? Sleep, because she didn't know what to do. Because you know, following my theory, no one was talking to her to tell her what to do. She literally slept for most of that event, and that was like the thing that like tipped me off like majorly. I already didn't trust the background, but I was like, disconnect from Celestia, and suddenly you're irrelevant to everything to such an extent you literally uninvolve yourself for the first time in anything. Huh? You know? Or like how when we were stuck in the Groundhog Day thing in Sumeru, her messages from Celestia were on a loop, so she was unaware of what was going on. She was unaware that anything was changing. And I don't believe for a second that she genuinely forgot about Rukkhadevata. I think she's feigning that because if she didn't feign it, it would give away that she has connections to Celestia, because Celestia are the only beings outside of those who don't belong to the planet who would know what happened. Evil guys. like Poimon's like sus as hell, and everyone kind of knows it, but because people don't trust her, it just makes her, the scenes when she annoys us, more annoying, because you already like don't trust her. But she's friendly enough, and she's and she is like enough of like a friend to Lumine, I guess, that it would be like when that betrayal happens, you'd be like, no! But at the same time, it's like most players would be like, oh no, oh, how could this happen? You know? So speaking of Fontaine, we're not that far off Fontaine coming out. Can people mind like 3.6 or 3.7 that's next? I think it's 3.7 that's next. I can actually check quick. 3.7 is next. 3.7 is about 3 weeks away now. I sure didn't get scene blocked to hell and play PlayStation because you just streamed Bioshock. Did it? Oof, yeah, no, not a chance in hell then. That's a shame. But we're 3 weeks off 3.7. After that, 6 weeks off for 3.8. After that, 6 weeks off Fontaine coming out. The region. So we're literally 15 weeks. 15 weeks and counting before Fontaine comes out. Alright, once again, I'm just going to make one of these and then dupe it. They could have with AC, put the tracker of DLC. You just want that in everything. You know, I'll make a bit of an effort to try and make this decent. Because if it is for boss, I can give it to him afterwards. And then we'll just have to dupe more. I'll take the S. I wanted to take the attack increase extra boost, but defense L now. I need to take that. Right, am I right? Is this a weapon for boss? It is indeed. Okay, I'm going to duplicate it as is. And then I will rebuild that one, because otherwise it'll cost more. Alright, Mr. Brunnan, where are you? Oh, how much? We'll be back. We'll be back. You know what, actually? I keep on saying it. Let me just go... get some Tri-Horns and burn them. The main toe tag. Fair enough. Hey, we're back. Oh, you're here to help the village? Wait, Ryza, why are you cutting down that tree? I need some bugs. What? Don't worry about it. Right, any thin tree we see. I know there's one over here. It's really easy. But I'll worry about that more later on. It's just right now we've got a super easy grind spot. Is this one of the super thin enough trees? It's not. I'll still take it anyway. There's what we're looking for. It's a thicker tree.
これも使えるのか?
Aha!
それいいの手に入るかな
19. Look how quickly our basket's filling up in the corner though. Holy shit, that's just like dropping. That'll do. That'll do. Let's get back home. He'd be a go of assassins. Alright, gem reduction, we're back. Oh. Yes! Yes, my minions! Look at that, 14k off of them. And that's just the big ones. There's like the weaker ones down here as well. Oh, that should be enough to duplicate it 3 times, and then have some gems left over to upgrade our main one. Alright, so there's our 3 for the quest. We're not done with you yet, mister. Opening up the future. Fix me, I am the solution. Oh, that sounds like a maniac. What's this one? No. What's reflective armor? Oh, we can't have it anyway, never mind. Oh, no, I know what Berserker Spirit is. No. Here it is, trying to rip her. Make you sick, we can... Oh, right. See, now, okay, Bosses wasn't perfect, but he's better. So he's now a good fallback if we need it. I just haven't upgraded anything else, which is why he's like not going to do brilliantly. But he's way better. See, it worked out for you, boss. Now let's go turn this in. Size of... Yeah, maybe one day I'll play Syndicate. So it was the same with most Assassin's Creeds, actually. I say that, I don't know if I ever will. I'm just kind of done with the franchise for the most part. The only one I'm prepared to entertain is Mirage, and even then I'm not getting it at launch. I'll see what people say when it comes out first, and then make my decision then. Cinematography represented the scene, like he murdered his mentor. Well, I mean, that's probably the intention. Main Syndicate's mid. Hey, here you are. Wait, what's that really high quality one that boss has got? No, you don't look at those ones. Have these. This is what the Bat Alchemy is capable of. I focused on sturdiness when I made them. They shouldn't break easy, so don't worry about that. Thank you, yada yada. Your reward, or a sign of my thanks, we accepted. I prefer the word reward, gladly. Never Nosh recipe and 600 SP. We got a lot of SP. You have to be in main sword to get the jack. Yeah, then I probably won't bother, dude. I think on our skill tree it's just clean up now at this point, so I might as well just start cleaning up. Which also means, tragically, I don't think there's a Genesis hammer in this game. They nerfed it again. The fuckers. They nerfed it in the sequel to make it that its stun priority wasn't as strong, and then they've nerfed it in this game. It's just, fuck you can't get it. Assuming it's not like a randomly found recipe, which it probably is. Is any other normal quest before I go see this character quest? Alright, let's go see what's going on with Lilla. I mean, so we can't turn that in yet for some reason. I guess we just have to advance plot a little more first. The DLC is like comparing plebs, the main two Frey siblings, to a god. Obtain a dusk mushroom with high quality. Damn it! I was like, obtain a dusk mushroom? Oh, they're right here. Never mind. So you have to just get lucky. Got it. Alright, so we just watched the movie version of it. Fair enough. Yeah. Ooh, Grace Nero recipe. Ooh, we're picking up recipes as we go. Dun 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 dun. It's on win for free. Get to King Washington. I guess. I guess. You're not going to be able to sell me back on free. As you know, I really just didn't enjoy free as much. Oh jeez, yeah, they weren't kidding. There's so many of them. Leave it up to me. I'll take care of these. Take these monsters down. Be careful. They might not be strong on their own, but they could be tough when combined. It seems like the enemy's presence that I was sensing was these. These. There were so many of them, I can see how you could feel their presence. Looks like they're up for it. Well, you better get to it then, let's go. Hey, remaster. Fair enough, dude. I hope you enjoy it when you get to it. I'm surprised they haven't remastered and like AC1. Considering like I think up to this point, if you're on like PS4 up, every single AC game to some extent other than AC1 is available. And I know like Assassin's Creed 1 is kind of clunky and dated, but it's still like, it's the whole Final Fantasy thing where like every Final Fantasy but 13. It's like, no, you might as well like port or remaster it so it's together. I can't see why they wouldn't include a DLC. I know Ubisoft does fucking Ubisoft, but they're equally not Activision. You know, when they like did the remaster of Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, and the DLC pack for the original game was sold again as DLC for the remaster, and everyone was like, what the actual fuck? If it's got content in it that, for whatever reason, has to be rewritten or reworked, that could stop it, but outside of it... Free Assassin's Creed games on their remaster. I thought they did remaster free. Or am I missing something? Not free, but the OG. Oh, alright. Okay, Yeah, so the OG, I think it's just dated and clunky, so I don't think they'd want to, but I still feel like, for the sake of having everything together, it would be nice. But Syndicate, yeah, if it's just not sold well, and it's, you know, it's still technically available on whatever platform you're on because of backwards compatibility, they have no reason to. Same with, presumably the same with Valhalla. Oh, I didn't realize Ryza was on 1 HP. Whoops. Let's fix that. Oh, we won't. Okay, I just got to remember the heal. Stink on. Alright, you see that? We beat them all. Yes, looks like we cleaned it up without any problems. Hey, Lilla, how do you know they were monsters? Oh, that. The Orin have had various skills that are different from us humans. It's almost like they live for so long that they can develop advanced senses humans don't. It seems that each clan has some specialized ability compared to the others. For example, those of the White Fang clan, like Lilla, are born with a heightened sense of smell, one might say. It is also said that they can sense the enemy's presence. I think it's why they switched to RPG, and well, that's why they're switching back. Oh, right, fair enough. That's unfair! That power! I want that kind of power too! Come to think of it, Suri also had a power called Green Hand. Empol has already said most of everything, but I have to skill to sense the enemy's presence. That's all there is to it. I feel like I spent quite some time with Lilla, but I never knew that. I don't know why, but apparently my powers are limited to the human world. Limited in the human world, so my senses become faded. That's because the air's different, Lilla. That's all you need to do to explain that. Of course your senses are going to be off, the air's different. When I'm here, it seems that my true powers come back. I'm reminded again that I truly am a resident of this side of the world. Perhaps the body's accustomed to the environment if it was born and raised in. Yeah, like Lilla, if you were born and raised in the living world, the human world, sorry, not the living world, you're still alive in here, you'd be fine. I don't even must it either. Which I still think is a shame. Like I said, like Syndicate and Valhalla, other than the fact that they're newer games that are on the hardware available anyway, so they straight up just don't need a remaster. AC1 is just a janky, clunky game. It was very experimental before AC2 kind of put things in motion properly and started committing on more ideas. But at the same time, it's still like the benchmark. It's still the one that started the journey, so I feel like it should still at least be remembered, even if it is janky and old. It was back when Assassin's Creed was still kind of humble. I'm going to check this one last time that we can't do this yet. Yeah, no, okay, no, we have to do this stuff with Fee. It's also crazy that the original Assassin's Creed was originally going to be a Prince of Persia game. And you can kind of see like its roots in Prince of Persia with some of its parkour systems. It's just obviously it's way more advanced than what Prince of Persia used to offer. Oh, Fee. Now that you've returned to your home of Aurum, you're not so weak anymore, are you? Seems like there's nothing to worry about. Why is Patty like turning to like Aunt Patty? You know? Like Patty's as concerned and wanting to make sure Fee's okay as Ryza is. It's like... Why like is like Mum and Auntie like kind of like going on here? I think there's nothing to worry about. It must have been hard to reach Kilo, right? Felucia chased me, but I ran and hid and made it through, then ran away again. Oh, Miss Ryza, are you sure that translation is correct? Ah, there it is. Now all's right in the world, sitting on the lap. You will get weaker when you go to our world, so you can't stay with us forever. But with Fee here, other fairies can find Fee and return here, as Carla said.
So if that happens, you won't be lonely anymore. Of course, you will come and visit as much as possible. The Wave Tuna clan will play with you too. Right. It is best for Fee to stay here. Miss Ryza? Yeah, she had doubts for a second. Ryza's like, she wants to take Fee home with her. Of course she does. Ryza, Carla said to come to the tent. It seems she has something important to discuss. I wonder what it is. No idea. Yep, come on, Flying Pikachu. Of course, being in the underworld makes Fee energetic. Yes, I'm glad to see Fee so excited. Anyway, I wonder what Carla wants to talk about. Is she in her tent or the big one? Oh, I can just... Her tent, got it. Okay, so we gotta do the long climb. Or like the meeting tent. Fuck, neither of them had high quality and they were shimmering as well. Alchemist Raisling Stout, the one that the Code of the Universe has sought. Yes? I have travelled along with you and others to make sure of how to deal with their temptations. You also said the request about a pass was a test. Yes, that was the consensus of my clan. We wanted to see what you would think when you saw what Aurum and Felicia are doing now.
Just as I suspected. So we've been secretly observed as if we were intruders from the other world.
You are impatient and think the worst. As I said, we let those who need to go through, go through. So what was the test all about? Whether you are worthy of trust or not. That was what was being determined. Is it used for alchemy? It's a simple crystal ball, but it looks strange. It is dim and cloudy inside, with light spots the size of grains of sand floating around like stars in the sky. I heard it was called the Chart of Another Sky. Chart of Another Sky? An alchemist left us behind in the last battle against them. So this is something made with alchemy by a member of the Code of the Universe. And immediately those two are interested, and in they come. Yes, apparently it is used to guide people to the Code of the Universe. By combining several devices, a gateway to the Code of the Universe can be opened.
Why are you giving this to Ryza now?
Did I not just say I trust her? The investigation into the Dragon Vein and the passage is coming to a close, right? Then we must prepare for the next task in order to get closer to it. The way to the Code of the Universe. The closer I feel like we're getting to the answer, the more afraid I get. Since this is such an important piece, there were many concerns among the clan about entrusting you with this, so that's why I needed to set up a test. The task for the Bird's Passes was the Wave Tuner's clan to see Ryza's stance towards them.
What are you going to do, Ryza? Do you have any idea?
Oh, Jesus! Code of the Universe is like, don't do it! Fuck off! Don't stop us! Don't destroy us! Or some shit.
Ryza, are you okay? You heard the voice a few times, right?
Yes. I feel like it's a sign that we're close to an answer. Maybe we need to try teleporting again to see. Anyway, thank you, Carla. I'm still concerned about that... sorry, excuse me. Still concerned about that voice. I hope it can help you to find a solution, Raisin Stout, the honest alchemist. Anyway, when do you think you'll be going to plan to leave? Carla, I feel like you're planning on coming with us again. The bond with Fee. She goes to the universe and look at things again. But first, I want to see Fee again. Let's go to the garden to the Fairy Solace. It's like now we know Carla's real intention. She just wants to get the fuck away from her responsibilities again. No, I know why they're doing the honest alchemy bit. That's the one bit I don't mind too much. It's because, you know, like, as a tribe, they don't trust alchemists, and they've had an entire lifetime of being justified in it. So the one alchemist that's good, if they didn't call her the honest alchemist, they'd call her the good alchemist. Or the better alchemist. Or you know, they'd give her some kind of nickname or naming convention. So I don't mind that. Personally. It's not Age of God, you know? This is... So what do you think? It's so good. Never had such fresh fruit before. If you ever feel like visiting my island, let me know anytime. And Boss would definitely want to show you around the island. Boss? Oh, right. I remember that Kirkin Island is Boss's home, too. That sounds like you're more interested than Boss then in Kirkin Island. Indeed. Okay, don't be so honest about it. Be like, what? No! Come on, I need to play up the Sun role a little bit. Indeed. I want to know what kind of environment Boss was brought up in. Oh, that's what you meant. I thought you were looking forward to Boss showing you around. What kind of feelings does Kiro have for Boss, anyway? In any case, she's interested, that's for sure. That much is good. Aww. Ryza being a fucking wingman again. It may not be as nice as Kirkenfruit, but I have this. Take it. A lost a la carte recipe. That sounds sick. You get the lost a la carte recipe, you make it, it's just Castlevania Symphony of the Night. And then we play that again. Repetition, but I don't like... I don't know. Like, for me, I think it's more... They're going to call her that. That's the title they've given her. So they're just going to keep calling it. So it's just a title. Like, for me, like, that's the thing I'm not bothered with. As much every alchemist protag in the franchise. Yeah, but every alchemist the Oran have ever known have been monsters that have either let Felucia invade their land, been an active encourager of the Felucia, or have stolen their water supply. I guess, yeah, you can say they don't need to do it more often, but I get what they're coming from. That, like, Ryza's the only alchemist they've met that isn't actually trying to fuck them over, and is actually trying to help them out, and means what she says, been trying to help them. So she is honest, so she's the honest alchemist. And so that's just the title the tribe have given her. You could be something to say about like how often she says it. They say it, sure, but in terms of its usage, I get it as what sort of thing. He's writing the way you write and present it. Yeah, all right, I'll give you that. Let's go see Fee one more. Let's go see our child. It's still a little lonely here. And Perch. Hey, Fee. Soon there'll be enough fairies of solace gathered in this garden to quiet the dragon storm. If I can create something that allows Fee to spend more time in our world, we can be together again, right? Well, I'm not sure if it could ever come true. It would be a ways off. Comes into play. It feels more like a meaningful term, more like a platitude. Listen, for me, it's just a title. So it doesn't, like... It had its meaning at first, but now it's just a title that the people of the tribe give her. That's why I'm not that fussed about it. Oh, your necklace is coming apart. You could say it shows how hard your journey was to get here, but... Oh, could I borrow that for a second? I'll seem like something nice and strong with this. Fee, it looks like you're doing great. I'm glad. And you remembered us. I was worried you'd forgotten about us.
Oh, here we go. Yep. I was like, yep, straight back to Ryza 2 bullshit.
Hey, you! Why do you keep getting on my head?
I see. The most comfortable place for Fee is on top of Boss's head. Come to think of it, I had rarely seen them together, but it seems like it was always this way.
Jeez, you have to remember things like this.
Very funny.
You're annoying. I wasn't with Ryza and the others, so I don't know the details of how you left.
You mean they never explained to Boss the detail? What?
So I had to leave you in a strange place without saying a word. And yet you always remembered me.
Aww. What is it, Fee? You seem frantic. Fee. Wait, 1 second. Based on your speech and gestures, there are Felucia, and not just Felucia, but some super strong Felucia nearby, right? Fee! I got it. Leave it to me. We'll have them dealt with in no time. Fee! That's as high as I can make my voice right now, without me, like, screeching into the mic. Yeah. I've said it before, but one of like the biggest positives of this whole trilogy is how they've written Boss. Like, Boss, they've got so much out of him. So much more than I even remotely anticipated after Ryza 1. When in Ryza 1, he was basically just like the bully. That then learns that he's actually not that good. That's a no high quality. Do you like him? But it's genuinely, like, he's, like... And it's not to say, like, he's, like, you know, other characters are worse off or whatever, but he's, like, the biggest shining highlight of this whole saga for me. And it's his character development. It's not just him, it's how they've done his story, and how they've done his development, and how they've built him up. Everything, like, feels believable. Like, he's turned from this, you know, this teenage, arrogant bully to this genuinely heartfelt person that just wants to make things right. And he's doing it his own way, and like wanting to be able to admit to the mistakes. Like even that with Fee was like trying to admit the mistake because he wasn't strong enough and prepared enough to go with Ryza on that journey yet. But now he is. Oh right, I forgot Ryza's on like negative health. Whoops. Hang on. There we go. I've got the heal. Alright, it's over now. I should go let Fee know right away. I love the whole cast in all of these games. The only character I genuinely don't give a shit about is like 1 or 2 side characters. You know, like I don't care about Lumber. Wow. Because it's Lumber. I don't really care for like Patricia's dad because he's just kind of like the arrogant rich guy, but we already kind of have that with Boss's dad, and I think that he's just a better presentation of the arrogant rich guy. And what helps is that Moritz still like he gets his comeuppance often, so like at least like there's a lesson getting beat into his head, so there's something more than just being like the arrogant rich guy a little bit. But every main character, I genuinely really enjoy. Yes, some more than others, but even the ones I didn't like at first, I've really come around to. Because, you know, at the end of Ryza 1, I did not care for Tao, and I did not care for Boss. But I genuinely really like both of them. They've come a long way. Tao more in the second game, and Boss more in general. But still. Fee, the terrible Felucia is all gone, so you don't need to worry anymore. Fee! You're more than welcome. Fee! I mean, the best buddy on. Yeah. Like, Moritz has his best intentions in mind. It's just, he sometimes gets a little misguided. You're trying to give me a reward? Fee! I expect you to get a reward from you, Fee. I'm so happy, thank you. If you ever need help again, let me know. Fee! What'd this thing give me? A doll of itself, aww. Felicia, a few weak spots, but want to be patient and wait for one. Oh, it's an important tip. Now that you mention it, I think it was too hasty when fighting them. Shiny Necklace, Grace Nero, the Never Notch, Lost Alucard. Other characters like Ryza's mum. Yeah, Ryza's mum. Oh, we're full. Oh. Oh, whoops. Oh, we're full. We're at that point, are we? Yeah, we're full. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, let me take the container. Uh-oh, okay. We've got so much pointless shit. We don't. Why do we have all this? The worst way to tone. Yeah, I get what you mean, but as you know. There we go. 4,078 items just burned off. As you know, like for me, the parent characters in in most other games I've played, I've had problems with. The only like major exception was Liddy and Suli's dad, and even then that took a bit. I didn't like him at first. I thought he was just like a lazy piece of shit that just used the kids' money because that's kind of what he was. It was just there was a good reason for why the way he was. But like Fierce's parents like aren't great. Because they kept on pushing the goalpost back instead of letting Furious actually do what she wanted to do. Ryza's mum was dead against letting Ryza do literally anything, even believing the first slightest rumor and murmur that alchemy might be bad, and immediately trying to do everything to shut Ryza down from doing it, which was just like absurd. And like Carl. Yeah, Carl's just trying to be a dad. He's just trying to be a good dad. I can respect the Carl. He's doormat. Yeah, he's trying to be a good dad, but that's just it. Like the whole way through like, Ryza 1, Ryza's like, okay, I'm gonna go do what I want now. And Ryza's mum is going, no, you should stop her. You should stop her. You should get her to do something else, something productive, something that's not whatever the fuck she wants to do. And the dad's like, nah. More assertiveness. Like my family's like, no, that's fair enough. Oh, whoops. Of course, I have no red neutralizers. I seem to get caught out more often in this game than I do any other. Or like compared to some of the other ones like with synthesizers. Like Carl, there were times my old man would put his foot down. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, cause it's what's the old term that like people always say? Was it like firm but fair? That's what my natural father always wished he was, but never quite hit it because he didn't understand what the being fair part was, despite what he'd tell you. That's brutal. But I guess that's fair enough. That's like, oh, Jesus Christ. Different. Yeah, fair enough. Hey, this thing's looking good to go. It should be much tougher now. You're really spoiling that various solace, you know. It's like, Carla, how can we make you understand this is basically Ryza's child? But not really. Or like Ryza treats it as like a child. We've seen Fee work looking so weak, we thought he would die in our world so many times. Like doing it, we had a belief and gamble that he thought he could win. Yeah, fair enough. I'm glad... Well, I don't know the details, but I'm glad it worked out, I guess. At the time. And we feel bad about the fact that we sort of used his power to our advantage to explore the ruins back then. So we spoil Fee as much as we can. And that is that. Seems bonds run deeper than I imagined. Thank you all for being so patient with my wild ideas. No need to thank us, we're doing it for Fee. Not just for Ryza, we also want to do what we can for Fee too. Because Fee's one of us. Let's get this to Fee, come on. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, dude. Yeah, it's real... I guess that was like the gamble of fate, I guess. In a weird way. You know, something worked out, but something else had to be as the consequence. He's a lot like Carl. Yeah. That's like the only way I could try. I would like almost like reason it for myself. Are you on some uni? Sure, what are you giving me in return? So, more nails. Sure, dude. Hey, can I get a mushroom of high quality? God damn it, that quest is never getting done. He has more faith in himself and other people. Yeah. Sounds like he was a great role model, to be honest. As for me, I've said it before, like, especially as years went by, was almost solely reliant on my mum. And although, like, my mum and I disagree on a lot of things and argue probably too much, she's still my reliance. She's still, like, you know, my mum. And still, like, my biggest supporter and whatnot. It's just sometimes we really get under each other's skin. Fee, we brought you a new necklace. Mother, the ability to make an absurdly unrealistic gamble happen. Here you go. Oh, it looks so good on you, Fee. Maybe we can change for the better. Yeah. Booba! No, she's like, she wants a cuddle. That's what that is. Fee. I guess you sense this is goodbye for a while. Fee. Doesn't take magical powers to understand that for either of us. Hey Fee, this necklace isn't some alchemist's tool. It's just an ordinary accessory. Need that support, yeah. We don't need that kind of power. This is our bond. It's okay. You see, we're connected. Someone goes into a product of that, fair enough. Aww. Aww. Yeah. Bye, Fee. Miss you already. It wasn't always adorable. Yeah, it's like it's like it's like having to say goodbye to your cat for a while, and like the cat knows something's up, so you get like one more big snug with the animal. That's how it is. But it's just like Ryza like very much like has like maternal instincts towards that thing. It's very much like a mother to a child towards it. So it's like saying goodbye to your kid for a while. You don't know when you'll see him next. So of course it's going to be a heart to heart. No, I'll be next, Ryza. No, yeah, get in line. We need these high quality, bitch. Actually, no, if we went to Ryza's world, I wouldn't go to Ryza for a hug. I'd go find Pamela. Speaking of... damn it!
いいものがありそう。ちょっと見ていかない？よっ。
Look, I want to play the Mana games, not just because like they got the sick music and the much more grittier and darker stories, but also because like Pamela's a party member in that game, and I'm like, yes, more Pamela. Except from a Sophiani-sama, yeah. Oh, from the mysterious world and saga. Honestly, I know I would get like death stares from Leonie, but I'd want to go hang with Firis first. Because Firis is like overwhelming optimism. I think I genuinely just adore. Like as like a friend in person, because like I would like it would bring out the best of me. Like Firis strikes me as that sort of person. Like she brings out the best of everyone because she's so positive and so just loves the world and loves to explore. And Pam seems to be your motivation factor for most Atelier games. Yeah. I'll take Leonie. Yeah, good luck with that, because she won't look your way the whole time Firis is in view. You know that. I've said it many times before, but Firis is like the sort of daughter I'd love to have, but I know for a fact I'd end up with someone like Suli as a daughter if I ever had one, in terms of how they are personality-wise. Like, I love one that loves the world and wants to go explore and is super optimistic and bubbly and just loves everything and has a big smile on her face all the time. But I know I'll get a sassy little shit instead. I know I'll get a sassy little madam instead. Common love can create new love. Yeah, if you're both like saying, "Oh, Firis is so cool, Firis is so adorable," you get closer together through it. Okay, we're good to go? Yes. I intend to stay here in Windle for a while. Feel free to come see me if you ever feel like it. Can I give Kilo a hug as well? Because we haven't seen her in 4 years, and canonically. For sure, I plan to come back again and again. It's good to hear. If you've got something to say, just come up with it. No, I'm too embarrassed to say it. Be two goofballs bonding. Yeah. You. Quiet, both of you. First, we need to head back to Kirkin Island and check on the chart of another sky, right? Or no, I either get Kilo or I get Seri. No, go with Seri. You made your choice. It's a device made by the Coding Universe. After all, we can do much in just a little research. You know, I'm actually, like, not really into, like, the Dommy Mummy types, personally. Well, I get why people, because it's, you know, it's not just, you know, the horniness, it's the responsibility, it's less on you, it's more on them, because they're the one that leads, and so, and whatnot. But no, I'm more into, like, the kind of, like, soft, I guess, soft types, that kind of just want to kind of, like, cozy up. I have one actually 2 exceptions. Wow, you changed your tune quick. Anyway, it's one of my biggest clues we have. I'm going to solve the mystery. We have to look into it. That's what worries me anyway. I guess I'll have to teleport and see what happens. I will try to lend you my knowledge. I'd also be happy to help you get there. Carl is just basically saying, I'm coming with. I knew you'd follow. No, it's okay. Back to Kirkin. There you go, in the same series. It's been dizzying ever since we started using teleportation. It feels weird to travel somewhere without actually going on a trip. When we do go outside, it's either we're gathering or we're exploring. Is there anything wrong with that? Not necessarily. It makes me wonder, are we traveling together or... Living together. Oh, Paddy! CFW magic. So Iris heart. Maybe it all feels like one big trip when I think back on it later. I see. I hope these memories conclude with a happily ever after. Paddy's like, yeah, I really hope so too, Claire's a towel. But of course, it is too early to be thinking about the end. We don't even know where their stronghold is. Shall we head off? And for the 1000th time, let's go back to Kirkin Island. I don't count Junko as a Tommy Mummy. No, she can do the personality, but she hasn't got, like... I guess the stature. May the blessings of the sun, the guidance of the moon follow you all. I like that her hair's in her hood. Can I say that I like that she's tucked all her hair into her hood? That's just kind of cute. It's just another thing that kind of makes her look younger. I'm also kind of surprised. I know that, like, Kilo, the whole point of it is that she's not a fighter. Her clan isn't a fighting, like, clan that she's from. But I'm surprised Kilo's not been a party member all trilogy. Like, wouldn't it, as much as I love Carla, wouldn't it have made more sense to be Kilo be the extra party member and not Carla, and Carla's just a village elder? Like, I'm glad they went this direction with it, but equally, you know what I mean? Wouldn't it have made more sense for it to be that way around? But I don't know. I just really hope it works out between her and Boss, and it does seem like, of all the ones, that's the one that's most probable to happen in this game. I'm just double checking there isn't anything else for me to do. Oh, there's a wild quest. Never mind, we're going back. Orange is changing up to 6 because I can't argue with that. Well, then for me, like, one of my biggest weaknesses in any kind of character design that will make me, like, it will make me give them a brownie point no matter what, is heterochromia. And, like, every single Oran has heterochromia. All of them have different coloured eyes. Goes in school without the moodiness. Well, has that got a term? Isn't it like baby goth or something like that? Where it's like gothic aesthetic, but they're kind of soft. That might be something entirely different, and like I might get like shunned out of the goth community, but still, the derangers. Oh, I didn't know they existed. Oh, I was hoping you might act a little more surprised. I am surprised, but it also explains something. And white hair and translucent skin. That's fair too. It's just different tastes, isn't it? I have the ability to wield spirit power, so I'm able to sense ambient power. But on the way here, I felt some huge force lurking several times. This must be what it was. Like, real talk, if they've got 11 playable characters, I kind of hope they have extra characters in one of the DLCs, and, like, Kilo's one of them. I doubt it, because 11's already kind of bloated, and that would be also a whole new set of, like, character events to do and whatnot, for one DLC that's going to be more focused on the area. But still. And the only reason I say that is because Lily and Suli, I think, technically had 2 DLC characters. It's just in a DX version it comes with it. Which is why there's like 2 extra bumps at the end of the list. It's supposed to be 6 playable characters, but you get 2 extras for the DLCs. Much more weird doing this. Well, when it comes to taste in characters, it's just each individual. If anything, it's good that you think different from a lot of people. For me, I just really like heterochromia. I just think it's really cool. Oh, on the way here, I have some huge force lurking. I felt some huge force lurking several times. That must be what it was. Did you say several times? Does that mean there are several of them between the sanctuary and here? And like the Eastern attire that I've given Ryza is just to mix it up more than anything. But for me, this is more like that. I like the fact that they're doing alternate costumes that aren't just bikinis. You know. Yeah, it's just style, isn't it? It's just preferences. Does that mean there are several of them between the sanctuary and here? It must be I'm sensing right now, so 2 of them. And there must be. Sensing right now? But the derangers around here were destroyed. Then maybe that's not it. But some monstrously sinister force is coming from that forest. Underworld Forest! It is said the people of the Age of God had a facility there. It was abandoned due to a nearby Felucia lair, supposedly. And I still say it, and I'm going to stick with it and scream and hope that the gift of prophecy finally actually works in my favor and doesn't just give us another fucking ancient civilization to learn in the next secret game. But have the 4th secret game, if you're not going to play as Ryza, play as an Oran. I want a different perspective. It's such a difference. It's don't worry about it, dude. It's just preference. Could the other Rangers be in there? Who knows? We don't even know if there's actually a facility in there or not. Besides, we can't explore the forest as long as the Felucian lair is there. So what you're saying is we need to do something about that lair. Whatever it is, something is in there. We need to find out what it is. Where? Oh, there's another thing there as well. Oh, it's just outside, okay. I just went the wrong direction. Thinking of the most minute detail. Oh, there! Don't worry, dude. I've been in this channel, well, you've been in Wet River long enough that I know that you sometimes just hyper-focus on things and you can't help it. When it comes to just, like, preference quirks, though, it's just preference, though, you know? Everyone's different, so you're always going to have different things. Yeah, fair enough, dude. Oh shit, wasn't paying attention. I know your alchemy will do the trick, you know what also do the trick? Leaving. Anyway. Oh, of course it's another king. Do I? I just want to check. Okay, I still have a few hollow keys, good. But it's like 99% myself. I can write full novels as to why I'm this way. Fair enough. Man, you know, it's all cool and all that, like, we're just fighting these, like, king-esque enemies, like, as you do now. But it just, every single one we fight slightly devalues the final boss of Ryza 2 a little more. And I say this as someone who already didn't really care for that game's final boss. But the final boss of Ryza 1 and Ryza 2 were both kind of like the weak spots, because they weren't like some big major villain, or like some big thing. It was just, oh, the queen of the Felucia nest. Oh, the king of the Felucia nest. You know what I mean? Oh, because of the elixir. Yeah, you could just like uber buff yourself and then not worry about it at all. The first one we thought was a cool challenge, but afterwards we knew what to expect, so we could just hyper stack the buffs and be fine. Because the Ingenica gives a shit ton of buffs, the Elixir gives us a shit ton of buffs. Carla, to be fair, also gives us buffs when we use her like D-pad special. All of Carla's animations are kind of slow. Like she charges up swings with the hammer for everything. She charges up spells when she uses magic. Like everything has like weight and heaviness to it. Elixirs are super broken. Yeah, elixirs are. They were already pretty damn strong, but it feels like they've really been like power crept in this game. So I can do this as well, which applies to even more buffs. I do want to replace my lunar lamp at some point though, it's just what to replace it with. I need to do a bit of research to see what item I kind of want to replace it with. Since there's no Genesis hammer, that's what I was kind of waiting on. And we don't have Philosopher's Stone, so that's out of option. Okay, I could upgrade the Lunar Lamps more, but if I need to upgrade it, I need to upgrade it to an extent that I get all of Effect 4, not just a part of it. Because its Effect 4 is super crank up the power, but it does damage to yourself. But if you max it out, it gets rid of the damage to yourself. So I wouldn't want to start upgrading that until I can get everything. And I don't know if I can get everything yet. Oh, you know what? I haven't actually seen... Where are you, Carla? I haven't actually seen your talent level 5 yet. Alright, that one was kind of alright. That one was fun. Fucking summons the moon to like to make a laser beam at your ass. That's kind of crazy. I'm gonna top up on everything just in case. I like that Fatal Drive. The only problem with Fatal Drives, and it's been a problem since Old Trilogy, is the whole removal of talent level. In the first game, where the talent level felt way more significant anyway, like the cost was way too steep every single time, so you never used it. The cost was way too fucking steep to do it, so you just didn't. In Ryza 2, they were cool, but Ryza 2 was also a way better balanced game, so you just had used everything else, so you didn't worry about it. And in this game, you can get so kind of powerful without much effort, it feels like, that you just don't worry about it either. Like, I feel like having it take away talent levels is fine, but making it reset you to level 1 is a bit much. I think it's my thing. Like, if it took off like 2 or 3 levels, I think it would be fine, because then there'd still be a trade-off for using it, but it won't be so severe. Sort of like how, like, you know, speaking of, I need to, before I completely forget, like, speaking how, like, using the key burns 1 point. There we go, now we can deal with this guy. That's in talent level 3. Just in case it doesn't kill, I'll get one more safety buff. I mean, it should, I think. No, okay, they lived. Okay, well, just in case it suddenly retaliates. Oh, what health? Oh, okay, 1054. I'll let you off. I was going to say, that looks like it's on 1 HP. There we go. We got the king. Why are there still so many Felucia? They don't just disappear right away. In time, the numbers will slowly decrease. We should leave and come back once they're all gone. Good idea. I need a break anyway. Hey, I don't mind. Wait a day in head. Let's go back and rest. Oh, right, so it's got to be a bit of a gauntlet challenge. Got it. Well, we can head back, see what Kilo wants. This is retrospective. That's fair enough. Like, I've said it before, the reason why I like Ryza 1, if just in case you want comparison or like to compare notes, I like Ryza 1 because although like it does have some traces of an Atelier game, it's very much a Ryza game first, and I liked that it did something different. But equally, I like Ryza 2 because it felt like it found a really strong middle ground between being a traditional Atelier game and still being Ryza's story. And this game, I like it because it does lean slightly closer back to it being more Ryza-esque, in terms of being more focused about the people, more focused about the yada yada, and less about the alchemy. But there's still a bit of it there, so it's like the balance is slightly more skewed. Also, I just completely picked the wrong ladder. Yeah, I just completely picked the wrong ladder, god damn it. Like, I genuinely, like, Ryza 1, even on my playthrough on the livestream, felt nostalgic off the rip. And not every game can kind of give that feeling, but it felt like the town was like a hometown I'd always known. And that's a hard thing to, like, portray and just feel. And yet it did it. To make a criticism against my contrarianism constantly. Yeah, well, I can't help just my own thoughts. I don't... my thoughts aren't built to just contradict or challenge you. It's just to give you a different perspective. It's just how I see it. Hey, Kyo, do you like flowers? Yes, they are very pretty, and they smell nice, and you barely see them in Underworld. Oh, right, in the Underworld, even a tiny flower like this is special. Yes, so when I am enveloped with a scent of flowers like this, it takes me to a happy place. The Wave Tunic Land had such a nice flower bed, if only we had one in the Sanctuary. Like, Ryza 1, I appreciated the different direction. It was still, there was still alchemy in it, because it was still a part of it, and like learning the origin of alchemy, like it was still a part of its DNA. But the alchemy was far less significant, because it was more about kids finding themselves with Ryza 1. Considering them done to extremes for the sake of itself can be counterintuitive to someone's benefits. Yeah, and To be fair, and obviously it's by a case-by-case basis, but 9 times out of 10, at least in my experience, people who are contrarian for the sake of being contrarian and not because they actually have something to offer tend to be the people you ignore. You know, they tend to be the people you don't really want to put up with, because they're the ones that go, yeah, but, to literally everything you say, and eventually you're just like, shh, stop, you know? Like, sometimes it's appreciated, but not often. But the original formula in the first place. I think there is an argument to be made for both sides. However, them deciding to take a risk and do something different with the 8th saga of a franchise that at the time was 20 years old when the saga started is something I can tip my hat to, because it's very easy to just rest on your laurels, especially for a franchise that's gone on that long. It's hard to be like, no, let's try doing something different to see if we can do something fresh. It might not pay off, it might bite us in the ass, people might hate it, but let's try it different. And you know what? It worked, because the Atelier Ryza trilogy are the best-selling Atelier games by a country mile. You know? So it's like, yes, you could go into the nitty-gritty about... No, I give it to you. It's like how much they subverted the original formula, whether that was a good thing to do. I think that goes hand in hand with them changing things and with them not resting on their laurels. Because I feel like the alchemy system is so of the forefront of the franchise that anytime you change it, it has like a huge butterfly effect on everything else, or at least it can. So Ryza, not only changing the alchemy system, but changing alchemy's importance was kind of a big, like, upping, like pulling the rug from under you that you might not be prepared for. Turning appeals to. Well, it was the mechanics as well. You can make the best story in the world, but if the mechanics are a piece of shit, no one will stick around. The fact that each game in the Ryza trilogy has done better than the last, people like it. You know? Like, people like the systems and mechanics, not just the story or the characters. Like, the characters and the story might get you in at first, because Lord knows how many people brought Ryza 1 for Fies, but staying is another thing. And if you stay and you're buying the sequel as well, there's a reason why you brought that sequel, huh? Maybe I'm just being too, like, patronizing now at this point, but at least for me, it's like, no, it paid off in full spoon. With Ryza, is that you got more people into the Mysterious series. Yeah, the amount of people, like, even from my perspective, who played Ryza, and then either went into Mysterious on their own terms, or in between years when Sophie 2 came out, went, oh, it's a different Atelier game, I'll try it out. And then from that, tried Mysterious. Like, it's broadened everyone's perspective to the franchise a lot. And I'm really grateful for that, because this franchise, I think, deserves it. Gus as a company deserve this. Which is why now that, you know, they are much more popular, and they have, you know, been paid, like it's been shown to them that taking risks can pay off. I'm curious to see, whenever the 9th saga comes around, whether they'll rest on their laurels now, or if they will take the mix-up, or they will take the risk again and try something different. And to be honest, if they do the latter, I'll welcome it. Because even if it doesn't nail it on the first round, sort of like how Ryza 1, although I loved it, had problems it didn't nail on the first round that got cleaned up in the sequels, I'd still be willing to give it a try, because I trust the company, and I trust them to take those risks and do something different and reinvent the wheel in a way that keeps it interesting, but for a different sense. That might even attract a whole new audience into Atelier. Serious is peeking right here otherwise. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong, sometimes that's okay. You don't need to mix up for the sake of mixing up. I mean, or like innovate for the sake of innovating is the term. I mean more, if they choose to do it, I have more trust in them, is what I'm saying. Even if they do, even if the next saga is more reminiscent of what's come before, whether it's like Secret Saga 2.0, or whether it takes more cues from like Mysterious or Dusk or Ireland, or, you know, all the way back to like the old, much older stuff, because I don't think they've touched like Mana, Iris, Gramnid, and they've only just touched Salberg with this upcoming remake. But if they ever like kind of like tapped into some of them again, or whatever, sure, and everything. I was gonna go too long like Neps, yeah. And I think that also helps with the Atelier series, is the fact that they're split into sagas. Like having a like almost like separate generation, sort of like how like different generations of Pokemon bring in different people. Although there are people that are universal fans for it, each generation does something a little bit different with the formula to enough of an extent that it gets different people in. But just Atelier takes it to more of an extreme, because entire fundamental mechanics change sometimes. Like, I'm in a position, well, for me personally, where I trust Gust anyway, so if they rest on their laurels, like, 110% and completely set on it, it's like, it's super influenced by older genres, or if they go the polar opposite direction and it's a whole different beast, I'd still trust them to make an enjoyable product. Or if it's anywhere in the grey in between, sort of thing. Go. Yeah. You can't make a flower bed, but if it's scent you're after, I have an idea. Really? If you can do something, please do. Oh, what do you need? A rose perfume. We're gonna get this girl a perfume. Let's go do it. Oh, I weave inspires my personality. Yeah, I mean, I say I don't do it as much, but it's less... It's not as prominent as it used to be. But when I first started writing, and for a good like 9 or 10 years straight, even into like Mary and Vincent, like the three books I actually finished, almost every single character was either influenced by like who I am, influenced by who I wanted to be, or influenced by who I didn't want to be. And not always just for villains, but just like in general, like tropes or things I didn't want to be, always tried to avoid. But everything was based on me. Whilst nowadays the fundamentals are based off me, so I have that starting point and that familiarity and understanding, but then from there I kind of try and let the characters be their characters as it goes on for whatever reason. Fair. I mean, I say that, although like I will probably rewrite and rework it if I ever return to it, because I've said it before, all 3 of my Mary and Vincent books, I love them to death and I'm extremely proud of what I did for them, but at least the first 2, I want to revisit after I'm done with Demon of Zen, just because now I'm much more experienced. I look back on it and I can see all the faults. But I might retouch a couple things from the 3rd book as well, and one of them is that there's a character that's an abuse victim, and it's because it was like me, like kind of without like directly just like unloading. It was me having a character to express me in it. And it's like, it's a bit blunt in places, so I'd like to kind of reconfigure and rework some of it in some areas. Also, we've made a really overly strong perfume. She's gonna lose her sense of smell. It's gonna burn her nostrils when we give this to Kilo. What is of age? Yeah, Mary and Vincent 1. My first book, Mary and Vincent 1, Mary and Vincent the Witch Hunter. Anytime I read that back, it's aged poorly for me, because every time I just spot all the mistakes and spot all the problems. And I spot that the biggest one for me, and it's not that every book needs a climactic fight scene, it's the fact that the entire book is like 70,000 words and there's only like 4 fights. There's one to introduce Mary, one to introduce Mary's abilities. There's some infighting, I guess if you want to count that, but that kind of gets stopped beyond arguing. I picked the wrong fucking ladder again. And then it's the big fight against Desmond and the big fight against the organization. And so it's like it's like in between it's just the cast walking from town to town and helping people out. And so when I read it back, it's just not interesting. Whilst Mary and Vincent the Midnight Slayer, the 2nd book, is about an ancient evil like silently wrecking a region that no one even believes exists. So it's more of like choosing to hunt the horror and find your way through it. So it's more enjoyable to read, but it's still got problems that I'd want to address, that I want to clean up. Whilst Blood Maiden, the fight is the forefront of everything. The 4th horseman, the last remaining horseman still alive of the apocalypse, is actively seeking revenge on Mary, but you see it from the perspective of a different character, because it doesn't actually follow Mary, it follows Robin, a different character who is being influenced by war without her realization, which is causing her to become sick and faint a lot and pass out in important moments, because it's like enforcing its will into her mind. And it's only when she meets Mary that things slowly but surely start to come together. Now you know how you can be influenced by trends within entertainment media. Most of my 2010s were influenced by moe blobs in high school settings without in real life application. Oh, fair enough. Whilst my current book, Demon of Zen, the one that's like taken forever, or Demon of Zenelheim to use its full title, it's someone who's actively being hunted because they're a demon and they broke out of prison, while at the same time Azel is actively trying to track down the reason why her mother died, and it's how it expands from there. So there's a bit of me in it, because like Azel's kind of rebellious and kind of blunt, which is definitely how I can be at times. While at the same time, a bit of what I don't want to be, because she's so vicious and violent. Like, she wants to get to an answer, and she'll fucking make sure she gets it, you know? But then from there, I let the character bloom in her own way. Like, using the templates I've made that from me, I write the character for the character. I don't just make it more of an extension of me. So my goal is to tap into my my subversive a-hole nature, and I've decided to put a Deadpool-esque gimmick on it. Fair enough, dude. I hope it works. What is this scent? Oh, right, it doesn't exist in this world. This is the scent of a flower from our world. It's sweet-smelling, isn't it? Wow, you have such nice flowers in your world, Ryza. I'm just happy that you like it. Am I the only one that this, like, orange light is making it look like Ryza's ginger from this angle? Maybe you like it. You just need a single spritz on yourself and the scent will last all day. Try it out. The main story of a self-aware satire. Fair. Killer's wearing perfume. Oh, boss's reaction is sort of really interesting. Interesting? Boss? Oh, it's nothing. Ryza, why did you say the quiet part out loud? Oh, it's nothing. You ever need more, just let me know. Ryza, like, there is a surprisingly large chunk of this saga where it's just Ryza trying to ship people together and wingmanning everyone. Like, whether it's Patty and Tao, whether it's Boss and Kilo, you know, whether it's a little bit of, like, we had Lilla, like she was like trying to convince Lilla to be a bit more sweet talking and caring with Empel. Like, she is super like everyone must couple up. Oh right, we have to wait a day, so let's go sleep and then we'll go back and see what that's about. Where's our... Oh, there it is. How did I lose track of where my Atelier is? I've just been like make the admittedly cringy and cheesy dialogue the point rather than unintentional. The only trap you gotta avoid is, and if I know I go to say it, you'll probably think of at least one story, whether it's in book, film, or game, that does it. Pointing out, like, the joke and being satirical doesn't suddenly make it immune of criticism for making that same problem. It's like when a game goes, oh no, it's the sewer level. Doesn't change the fact you've got a fucking sewer level. It doesn't, like, rectify the problem. And that's, like, the thing that so many writers I see fall into the trap of. Like, you can, like, break the fourth wall and, like, have your satire and, like, have your winks. But you've got to be so careful, because if you have your winks, but the problem is still there, if anything, it just makes you out to be an idiot instead of actually a story writer, because it's like you're aware of the problem, but you haven't addressed it. And I'm not saying that's what you're doing. I'm just saying be careful you don't accidentally fall into that trap, because it's easier to do than you'd think. I say that, you've probably been writing as long, if not longer than I have. I've been writing since I was 11, and I'm about to be 24. So you'd probably know this shit anyway, but it's just like the person in me that just really wants people to succeed when they tell me they want to do story writing, you know, comes out. Since 6 on 32. Yeah, fair. Then you know more. You know what I mean, even more so. Or then maybe, even though me being the young'un, I can be the refresher course. I can't believe I'm going to be 24 in 3 weeks. In less than 3 weeks. That's not right. I don't like this getting a little older bullshit. It's not fun. The worst part is I started YouTube, in general, when I was 16. And I did Let's Plays. And it was only at the start of last year I switched to live streaming. I did Let's Plays for a good 6 or so years. Straight. And even though most of my Let's Plays aren't on the channel anymore, because like some of my super old ones, like all like the super old ones that are now long since gone from the channel, was when I was at my worst with depression, or at my worst with like college, because like I've mentioned many before, I'm not shy to it, I was abused a lot at college. But a lot of it came through in those Let's Plays, and when I watch them back, they're so miserable and so full of anger or sadness of just what I was going through that I just don't want them on my channel anymore, so I ended up getting rid of them. 2016? Well, I started when I was 16, so I started... Actually, I can tell you, I started September the 6th, 2015. And it was Devil May Cry 4. That I did my first Let's Play on. It was Devil May Cry 4 After I did that, I did Grand Theft Auto 3. Then it was Outlast. Then it was Evil Within. Then it was Uncharted 1. Then it was Bloodborne. Then there was something else. I can't remember. Something short that I did. I'm going with philosophy. That's fair. I did. There was something short I did. I can't remember off the top of my head. It's been too long. Then it was Uncharted 2. Uncharted 2 was the break. Uncharted 2 was the one I got rid of. Because that was like the biggest one. Because it's like a journey. No, I'm good. It's just me. I personally don't like that content on my channel anymore, so I got rid of it. Uncharted 2, that Let's Play, despite it only being 11 videos long, took me 11 months. And it wasn't because of like being busy or anything like that. It's because I was in the absolute worst of my mental health. And so I had no motivation. And so I did it out of obligation. Well, it didn't fucking help, and I remember this. I had to record 3 whole goddamn playthroughs of that goddamn game. Because I had a glitch in my recording on the first run. My second one, I lost 2 chapters in the middle, so it threw everything out of whack. And eventually I just went, oh fuck it, I'll start it again. So by the time I did 3 playthroughs of the same game in a row just to try and get some recording done, I didn't even record it live. I did it all in post in the end because the footage was just sat around collecting dust for like 9 months. And then when I finally did it, I took a 9-month hiatus. I just completely came away. I wasn't sure if I was ever going to come back, but I took some time off. I came back when Sonic Mania came out. Sonic Mania was the game, and even then, that wasn't supposed to be a comeback in general. When Sonic Mania came out, it was just something to do. And I got that spark again. I did Sonic Mania, I did Detention, I did Celeste. I started Final Fantasy 15, then alongside Final Fantasy 15, covered DMC 1, 2, and 3. When Final Fantasy 15 finally finished, I started my journey into NEPs. I did Mega Dimension V2R. And I kind of committed to just that for a while. I think that project ended up being way too long. I did both Death End Requests. I never went back to Uncharted, funnily enough. I think I was too hesitant to. Because of, like, you know, how much of a bitter experience I had at the end of Uncharted 2. I did DMC 5 when it came out for Special Edition. That was the first thing I did on PS5. I did 2 full playthroughs of Dragon Star Varnix. I love that game. I did Sonic 1 and 2. I did Sonic 3D Blast. I did Vector Man. I don't know if I still have Vector Man. Vector Man was one of the more recent ones that I eventually got rid of. Because that project was only like 2 or 3 videos long, so it was just like, eh. When I was cleaning out, it was like, eh. I did Reverse, because I felt like I had to, out of obligation. You know, the PS5, another re-release of Rebirth 1. And then it was around that time, and then I did Final Fantasy 7 Remake and Castlevania Aria of Sorrow are at the same time. And it was around the time of wrapping up Final Fantasy that I really had the urge and desire to do live streams. Oh, and I did SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated when that came out as well. Nearly forgot about that. I really had the urge to do live streaming. And then I couldn't do any Let's Plays because I got COVID for 2 weeks at the start of 2022. And then when I finally recovered, I went, you know what? Like, working on videos and editing stuff together, that would be way too taxing, considering how unhealthy I was at that time because of COVID. I'll just do a live stream where I can kind of just sit back and chat shit. And that kind of just been ever since. That's just been ever since. And I wouldn't have it any other way, because I genuinely love live streaming. I get such a kick out of live streaming. Regardless of what happens and regardless of what it is. Even if it's a game we don't enjoy, I still enjoy the stream. I enjoy getting to banter with people. I enjoy to talk about things and just kind of vibe. Anyway, I didn't mean to go off on that much of a tangent, but here we are. Because here I am in 2016 as well, how I'm currently. Fun fact, I played every net game 100%, which is on my channel except Rebirth 1. And that's fair enough, because Rebirth 1 has like that super annoying trophy about getting like an insane amount of money. Let's go deeper than the rest. Still around. Be on your guard, everyone. I actually did a video back when I hit the 5th anniversary of doing Let's Plays. In fact, I did a lot for my 5th anniversary of Let's Plays, and like, I did a unscripted retrospective of every Persona game. I did a 5th anniversary celebration video where I looked back and talked about all of the Let's Plays I ever worked on, what I was going for, what I was trying to do, what I learned, and what I wanted to apply to the future. And I was in the middle of Death End Request 2, so a video of Death End, the next part of Death End went up at the same time. So I literally had, I think it was 4 videos in one day that I did that came out, because I had the new part, the unscripted retrospective was in 2 videos because it was 2 hours long, and then I had the 5th anniversary look back video. Like, it was such a clustered year. I was so tired at the end of that. I remember being so fucking knackered at the end of that. I still have the 5th anniversary video up, and it's funny to look back on, because it starts with a screenshot of my YouTube page, and I look at it, and it's like, for my 5th anniversary, I had 160-something subscribers, and I'm like, man, we've come a long way. The biggest boost of subscribers I ever got was when I started streaming. Like, genuinely, the jump in subscribers I got when I started streaming, and have been sitting here ever since. Like, I'm so happy it's worked out and people like this, because I love doing it, and people are stuck around. It's still around. Be on your guard, everyone. Even the people, even if, like, you know, not that many people chat in chat, it doesn't matter. The fact that people stick around and watch it, either watch it live or watch it in post, it gives me even more inspiration and, like, desire to just keep doing this, because I love doing it. I might not earn anything out of it yet. I mean, my Patreon's always there, but that's besides the point. But I still love it, you know? I do it willingly. Oh, we need to get up high. Oh, those ladders are already there. Okay, we need to follow this back around then. Same viewership. I mean, yeah. I get, like, I seem to notice I get most of my views in post watches. Like, people after the stream's done, people watch it in post in their spare time. And, you know, fair enough. I know I stream at an awkward time for overseas. It's just what time works best for me here in the UK. If I was ever doing this full time, I would adjust when I stream. I just would. Because if I ever did this full time and, like, quit my... Can you climb this ladder, please, my girl? Thank you. It's not to talk over everything. I just like vibing with chat, though. This is why I talk so much. I only shut up if it's an important cutscene. Oh, did I take the wrong path? I think I did. Oh, damn it. I'm the bit of show it says up all night. But it's like, if I did this as a full-time job, I currently try and aim for 9 AM to stream. I would shift that forward to 2 PM, but then stream like for 6 hours instead of 4. Like 6 to 8 hours instead of like 4 to 5, or 3 to 5 to be more accurate for my streams currently. I would just adjust. I'd have breakfast, I'd have a morning, I'd go do what I need to do in the morning and whatnot. Then I would have like a full lunch, like I'd have dinner at lunchtime, like a full big hearty meal. And then I'd just stream from like 2 PM onwards till like 9 or 10, and I'd make that my job. That'd be like my schedule structure. But because I don't. So we start at 9 instead. That said, we are going a little longer today. At least we already have a little bit. Just because I'm enjoying the vibe and I'm not busy with anything. So I can just let this stream go on a bit longer. Stream chat if I could get into a political position. Yeah, oh my god, okay. Do I have another key? I think I still have another 2, don't I? Yes, I do. Okay, so I'm gonna get another Soul Cradle key. Hey, dude. There it is. Your hunch was dead on. Can't believe it was this close the whole time. Unacceptable that we never noticed. Take your frustrations out on it, then. It's your right as an underworlder. You need to tell me twice. Not very nice when I'm angry. Just a more normal time. Yeah, fair. When speaking of streaming, my general, like, although like the finer details of what we're doing each week is never entirely in place, it just depends what mood we're in, I'm pretty good to go with everything I want to do after we're done with Ryza 3. Because as I said before, we're all on the Ryza 3 train now until we're done, just because I want to get this game done. Not out of not enjoying it, but because this project, I've kind of let it just sit around long enough, you know? 2026, so I have some downtime to chill. I'm going to be 27 by then, Jesus Christ. I'm just going to do this to top up quick.
And then we still have plenty of CC around left. Oh, I didn't even think to block at that. I was too busy looking at my AP. I'll just do this. I'll be roughly 38. I mean, still under half the age of, like, the presidents nowadays. It feels like every president the US gets nowadays has to be 75 at least and have no real understanding of how the world works because they're too old to be hit with the modern society. Is that controversial? Is that too much to say? It feels like every US president recently has been too old. It's not saying that they can't understand, it's saying that they seem to just not always ever completely understand, at least from this outsider's perspective, what the country actually needs. Because then they're not with literally with the people in the age bracket. President, the same age as JFK. How old was JFK when he became president? Look, this is me, not being a Brit and not a US person, that I just don't know that detail kicking in. I know he was like youngish. Like he was late 30s or early 40s, but I don't know how old he actually was. 42 or 43, I believe. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, that's really not bad. That's probably like a good age, to be honest. Late 30s, early 40s. At the latest, early 50s, I think you can probably get away with. It seems like a very reasonable age to have the experience and life and everything else, while at the same time not being this like fuddy-duddy stuck in your old ways. Oh, speaking of though, tomorrow's election day here in the UK. I'm just going to play it right now, don't worry, I'm not going to bring it up at all, because I honestly don't give a shit. Oh, I think I forgot to get a key. Oh, whoops, my bad. But it will be something that you'll probably see spike up a little bit that tomorrow's an election day in the UK. It's not Prime Minister election, it's who fills the House. It's like a midterm, I guess, in the US. It's like who fills the House of Commons, like who seats all the political chairs. And considering, if you're unaware of what goes on in the US, the UK, sorry, the current leaders have embarrassed the country consistently for about 2 years straight. So no one's going to let the current leaders still be in place, you'd think, outside of people who are stuck in their ways. You know, we had a prime minister for 3 weeks. Imagine having a president for 3 weeks before they step down because they can't handle it. That's what we fucking got. That's what I mean by embarrassment. There's someone who was a prime minister for 3 weeks, like 32 days I think it was in total, before they stepped down. So a bit more than 3 weeks, but you know what I mean. Now you're finished. Lent, wait! That one's not moving. It's the machine controlling it that's moving, the deranger. Doesn't seem like it'll explode. Yeah, we had Boris. We had good old BJ. Who was the mayor of London and everyone's well-known bullying idiot, so how he became prime minister, God only knows how. Literally anyone in the UK could tell you the man's a bully. He's always forced what he wants and thrown his weight around. So how he became prime minister when literally everyone knew he was a man-child, who knows. Then we had... I forget her name because she was only in house for 30 days. The lady that was going to be like the prominent young star because she was like only in her 40s when everyone else was like in their 60s or 70s. That was going to be, you know, the one that was going to be the new thing and a new step, and then she lasted 30 days and like stepped down because she couldn't handle it. And now we've got the default new one, the same one that my mother hates with a passion because he wants to strip budget away from schools, and my mum's a school teacher. So, you put 2 and 2 together. He wants to strip budget from schools to put into businesses. Basically, he wants to, like, serve their positions. And it's the same with a lot of the Conservative Party. And I apologise for getting political. I don't have a political opinion that's locked. I'm very much, I go with what matters in the time. So, like, when it comes to a new election, I restart my research on every party, on yada yada, everything else. But, like, the past 5 conservative leaders, because fucking hell, Theresa May, and even David Cameron to an extent,
have been kind of bad. That's my thought. Like, David Cameron didn't care for the little people, so basically just served himself. Theresa May, and I know, like, keep in mind, this was before a lot of the movements and things like that in the US, where, like, a new perspective is. The very first thing she did when she came to power was, like, half the budget of the police and the hospitals of the NHS system, the National Health Service. You know, the system that makes it so we all have free healthcare in the UK? Yeah, she tried to strip that down because she wanted it to be weak enough that it could be privatized and she could buy it out. Same with the police. She tried to strip both of them of all of their resources and budget so they could become privatized and she could buy them out. And then she was in power for 4 years. For 3 years, sorry. And then we got Boris, and the only reason Boris got voted in is because he wanted to, he did it on the promise of wanting to support the NHS and get the country out of Brexit safely. Which, if you don't know what that is, we were part of the European Union or just the EU. We as a country voted to leave it for better or worse, mostly worse at this point. It was better at first value, but it really hasn't been since. All of the political leaders had no plan for it. So they just passed it around. Boris was the only one who wanted to try and do something with it. So people were like, you know what, you actually might get us out of here, fucking have it. And he wanted to do something with the police as well. But what screwed him over is that equally, he had absolutely no plan for COVID. And so he let the whole country down by giving us no defense plan. Way more people got sick than there should have been. The lockdown should have been sooner, and the lockdown shouldn't have been loosened as quickly as it was. And now we're stuck with a guy who, the fact that I haven't heard anything about isn't a good thing. It's like he's not doing anything. He's just saying he's going to do shit. So I got off topic. I don't have, like, a political opinion, nor can you break one out of me, but there are, like, I will criticize the past. I think it's an easier way to put it. I will point out the flaws of the past. There's things as a country we should be doing better that we don't. And we've had too many leaders in a row fail to lead. And so these well, the only way to compare it is basically a midterm. It's not a new prime minister, it's rearranging the house. But these midterms that votes are tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, someone's steering in that direction. Nah, it's cool, dude. But like when it comes to like the midterms ones, I'm less fussed about. It's the main ones that I'm more worried about, because it's like the main ones, it's more, you know, obviously influence on the house in general. So I probably won't even bring it up when an answer's decided, unless it's really bad. Like, you know, like if somebody like, hey, we're the racist party, and then they win all the seats, then I'll be like, okay, we've got a problem. You know? Anyway, doesn't seem like it'll explode. Looks like it's time we managed to avoid damaging the machine. But the goal is to stop the deranger, right? So we should destroy it? If this was actually the last one, yes, but it seems to be lots of them all over the underworld. So why don't we leave it intact and see if we can figure out how it works? Yeah, no kidding. We might find some effective, like, unless it's something, like, blatantly wrong that tells me that I should leave this goddamn country, then no, then I'm not first, you know? I think the way to stop them. Makes sense, but first we need to secure the area. I'll give the order to the village's best warriors to secure it. Let's return home. We can come back here later. It should be safe here by then. It's like a one-day break and head to the village. Oh, fucking goddammit. Every time I pick one of them up, anytime I pick a Memoir up in this game, I'm both happy that I've got one less to worry about, but then annoyed because I remember it exists. And I know it's going to be a pain in the dick to get when I go for the platinum later. Actually, how many do I even have? Where would I find it? Oh, here we go. Okay, I'm missing a few. What about the Clara region? Okay. Oh, there's actually not that much here in Underworld. Okay. It's just then obviously doing them afterwards. Alright, I've got a number to do, but that's not too bad. US, but I know the US is tumultuous time right now as well. Yeah, I see a lot of it on the news. I like in general, because like without meaning to kind of like dramatize or make a bigger deal out of it, the whole world is paying attention to what the fuck's going on in the US, because it will have effects on trade probably for the rest of us, especially if it goes sour. And when we hear things like, you know, the Republican Party decided to remove a member of their own party solely because they were trans and literally nothing else, they got her out, it's like, okay, so there's literal fascism happening in one of the parties, great. You know, like, there's so much shit going on. And I'm not saying it's just Republicans, so I'm not gonna... I don't live in the US, so I don't know the details, but I will say the whole world is paying attention. And so, like, we are aware that, like, weird shit's happening in the US, or weird decisions are being made. Sometimes for the better, sometimes for the absolute worst. And obviously, me being, you know, trans, I take that shit personally when I see, like, such an active hatred for people just being people. It's like, what do you really have nothing better to do than to try and repress people for just being fucking happy? Sorry, I've started again now. It's been a while since I've had a rant. There you go, Peony, nice. Equal to the core, into evil to which is lesser. Yeah, and I think I've probably brought this up at some point before, but genuinely what the US I think needs most is a actual third option. The whole time the two main parties know they're the only two main parties and they've only got to deal with each other, they can kind of just do whatever the fuck they want, and so they've just become two poisons in a well. You know? The whole time there isn't a different competitor that actually has influence and power that could completely force them to actually be decent people. That's always going to be the case. Because it's pretty much impossible. Yeah, nowadays it is. Unfortunately. It almost definitely never happen. It's one of the few saving graces in the UK that there's like 8 different parties. Most of them don't have as much influence as Conservative and Labour do, but they're still around. Like, you know, UKIP will still get a handful of seats. Green Party will still get a handful of seats. The SP, whatever it is, party will still get some seats. Maybe, like, only 1 seat, because they're kind of weird. But you know what I mean? Like, it's not all Conservative or Labour. Like, everyone gets a bit of a piece of the pie, so it's a bit more balanced. There's still arseholes, and the Conservatives still tend to be very dominant. But as a whole, you get what I mean. What they kind of do is hinder one of the two main parties. Yeah. I hear ya. Anyway, Ryza, the village in the forest has been secured. That was fast. I'm glad we sent the best warriors. I'm sure they would be honoured to receive praise from the White Fang clan. Let's head back there. Oh, it is like a small... I didn't even really register it. It was like a small excess village that just got overrun. Examine the Deranger. Come on. There's a dummy mummy and cute grandma. I just wish... and I know I'm going to... I have to be careful because it is actually something that I think will flag TOD in terms of service. Sorry, TOS, sorry. But I wish more countries, people, had the resistance to bullshit the way the French do. And I think that's the nicest way I can word it. Because terms promoting anarchy is in terms of service of YouTube, so that can get you taken down, so I have to be careful. Please kiss Carla. But you know what I mean if you know what I mean, and I'll leave it at that. And yeah, Carla is adorable. She's not a grandma, really. She's the quote-unquote elder of the village, but she's like a 10-year-old at heart. She's just a wise 10-year-old at heart. I want a heart, yeah. It's just, I don't want to get banned. Yes, that's all. That's why I'm a smidge wary in terms of service. I know I'm a small streamer, so they probably won't even notice if I did, like, break it, unless I, like, really badly broke it. But I'm not about to take the piss either, you know? when I say that, I know I've probably broken terms of service at least a couple times already. So, and I haven't been touched, so I'm probably okay, but still, I wouldn't want to, like push the envelope. Back. Yeah. But that's not promoting anarchy, I think is the thing. That's like the thing with it. Like, I imagine they're kind of precise, and maybe that would, I don't know. But also, YouTube's like in this whole thing of like shifting over CEOs and like reworking a couple things, so they might not even notice, even if I did. Kilo was right. A tremendous force is coming from somewhere. You can sense it too? Nowhere near as well as the Soul Speaker clan, but I can pick up on things if I'm close enough. Towards a symbol. Yeah, fair enough, I suppose. As Oren has some sensitivity to the unseen. You too, Lilla? You could say that, but I'm not able to discern where this monstrous power is coming from. So Lilla can sense creatures, but she can't sense power. Interesting. Or not sense power well. That means this Deranger is being powered from somewhere else. I knew it. There it is. This device is a receiver. So power comes in through the receiver and then gets dispersed throughout the whole Deranger. Huh? Power gets sent through the whole thing? Right. A bunch of little machines send out power, and that's how the whole thing operates. Oh my god, this party fracture. To be fair, like, maybe it's too extreme, but I feel like, as an outsider, what the US needs more is like a complete reset. Like, to just almost like empty out every single person of both parties and fill them with younger, more world-experienced people, and then take it from there. That still have the beliefs of whatever party, but, you know, have that kind of kick out the old buddy-gruddies that are all miserable, and put in new people with fresh ideas who have that belief. You know? Actually, like, lead the country, because it feels like, at least from an outsider, that, like, the country's almost stagnating, that the US is just kind of doing a thing in loop. And I say that as a country that's super stuck in a loop, but still. The execution. Yeah, well, I get that. Eventually, it might become a matter of doing something for the sake of just doing something, for better or worse. And if it's worse, then you have to terms of service it all. And I'll leave it at that. Interesting. You might be able to do something about that. Do you have an idea? Yes, I'll make a tool to send into a different type of power to stop the little machines. Clarity with an independent journalist. Fair enough. The power will have nowhere to go and should cause it to overload and self-destruct. It's a good idea, but the problem is, how do we get the power to shut down the device? Perhaps I don't understand very well, but is that power something like mana? Well, in a way, mana is also a power source. Speaking of mana, have you played Mana Carve? Then you need to go to the Dragon Shrine. The bones resting there hold tremendously powerful mana. You may be able to use them to stop the Deranger. Dragon bones. As long as they have a strong mana, they should work. Where is this Dragon Shrine? In a place called Dragon Mountain. Can you guess why we called it Dragon Mountain? These days it's a Felucia lair. I guess it won't be easy, but as long as there's even a small chance, we have to try. Over 10 candidates before the primary of governor, and unprecedented amounts of many people claimed this to be for the little guy. Oh, fair. Wait, so where's this thing? Is it up here? Ah, how'd I know? Oh, hello, motorbike. It's not Jack in the Green anymore. Sorry to disturb your rest, but we need your power. So, are those the dragon bones? Game. And the three of us walk down solidarity for the little guy and independent journalists. Yeah. Unfortunately, that happens sometimes. People talk the big game, but don't actually, like, do the thing they need to do when it gets to it, huh? Some of them. There are the pitiable ones who died here, unable to return to the human world. We built this shrine with a clear view of the sky to console them.
Dragons are precious to the Wave Tuner clan. Removing their bones would be absolutely unthinkable. But we need to ensure that their resting place is not defiled by the Felucia. I'm sure they won't mind if we borrow some of their power. We won't let them down. I swear it before each and every dragon resting here. Such boldness! We're placing our trust in you, honest alchemist. I mean, while we're here... Yeah, I completely forgot to get the Soul Cradle key from that last king. Whoops. Driven by the slight bitterness of the world, but also to bring change and tribute to my old man. Alright, did save it for the speech. I'm kidding. I want to prove my idea, his ideal world can exist. Yeah. Save it for the victory speech. Don't start giving it all now, otherwise you might forget the inner details of what you wanted to say. To emphasize the ancient dragon's gems. I like the cheesiness. Ancient gem. Oh, this looks like it turned out nicely. Yeah, I'm using something precious to them, so I think it should look nice. It makes things a little more complicated, but I'll make it work. I know you can do it, Ryza, for us and for that dragon. Oh, I tried too hard to pander to people in the election. It got me nowhere, and it made me nervous. Yeah. If you want to make an impact, it has to be your impact, doesn't it? It can't be like you like nodding to the next person's impact. Otherwise, you're just a side character in their story and not the leader of your own. I need to make more red neutralizers. Should've stuck to my guns. I usually do. Yeah. Plus, it's my first event if I started public speaking in roughly 15 years. Yeah, that would also do your nerves like a lot. That's like losing the experience, isn't it? I mean, I've mostly acclimated. Yeah, to be fair, doing live streams is still talking to an audience, even though it's obviously way easier than talking to actual physical people watching you. It's still good practice to try and get more into the rhythm, isn't it? Here's a tool that's going to stop the Deranger. I call it Ancient Dragon's Gem. Oh, it's gorgeous. You made good use of those bones. How do you use it? This gem has the power to stop any machine, so you just have to get close to it. Just get close to it? Is that all? Yep, that's it. Is it really going to work? I don't know, but if Ryza says it will, then it probably will. We won't know until we try. Let's go to the Deranger. Whilst we're heading over there, something I'm actually curious about. When they do a new protagonist, do you think they'll keep just the SP system, or do you think they'll bring back alchemy levels? Because it felt like part of the reason they did like the SP system and the skill tree was more so because they didn't have to try and make an excuse of why Ryza was suddenly level 1 again, or a low level again. And it's like, well, now they've done it. It's like, will they go back to level 1 when they introduce a new alchemist, or will they keep the system and just have that be the default moving forward? Because I'd be fine with either or. But if they decide to go down the recipe book thing again, where you have to do little quests and whatnot, make them not as hyper-specific or annoying to do. Because I just never had the motivation to do most of them, because some of them were kind of specific. Liddy and Sudi less so, thankfully, even though that one did also have its moments. While Sophie 1, it's like, hey, do this really awkward, hyper-precise thing to get a basic healing item that will help you later on. Okay, great.
Stick with the Sophie 2 route. Yeah, because Sophie 2 still had alchemy levels, but it was a bit more like everything you make leads into the next thing more than anything else. It was less like, you know, getting recipe books and whatnot. And you also had the fact that you had 2 alchemists at once, because you also had young Plachta. Oh, did I pick the wrong ladder again? I did. God damn it. It's this one over here. I wish these lands were better connected, so it didn't matter which ladder I picked. Around here. Other items through synthesis changing. Oh, you mean like the whole, like, at the end of the recipe thing, there's another item tied to it shit? Do you mean that, or do you mean something else? Or do you mean, like, in this game, where it's like sometimes you can item morph something and it leads to another recipe? That's annoying. Yeah, that in both counts, I think I would agree. I wouldn't mind it going. I'd rather be focused on the item I'm making than using it as a, like, a surrogate to the next item. But I do very much like this system, and I think that's going to be the biggest wake-up call when I eventually start Ireland, is adjusting to an older alchemy system again. I know it's not the Tetris, like the Mysterious Saga, and it's obviously not like, you know, like the chemistry cauldron that they've got in these games. What expression you want someone to discover the recipe? Yeah, imagine if, here's an idea if they do an open map again, recipes could be found at landmarks. So when you find landmarks, you can find recipes in them. So you get your quick travel to explore the map, but you also have other incentives other than just quick travel and uncovering the map. And it'll be a so paid for Totori. Yeah, from what I've been told, Rorona was like effectively remastered after the trilogy, whilst Totori wasn't. So Totori's like in terms of like the plus ones on PS4. Unless you agree. So like. So Satori's like from what I've heard is a little behind in terms of that, but even so, I'll still give it a good go and enjoy it. Oh, Mother's message, 1 second. Well, please don't give the ability to make black holes. Yeah, power check your pro tags a little more. Genuinely, my favourite Atelier games are the ones that are kind of humble. Like, I feel like the more it's more focused on like kids finding their way with alchemy, like Sophie 1, like Lydia and Sully, the more I vibe with it. I don't say Fierce is as well, but you know what I mean. Well, it's like this, like I love Ryza 1 because it's a kid discovering herself, and it has that more like cozy vibe about it. And as much as I love Ryza 2 more, one of the things I did kind of miss from Ryza 1 was the fact that Ryza 2 was much more focused on the forefront of like the lore and world building. And in this game also with all the AOG bullshit. Well, I kind of like it where it's just like, you know, I think it's one of the things I'm going to like when I play Verona, is like just being an alchemist looking after a town, being a humble girl and finding her way through life. I love that style because you just vibe with them. And they make them the palate cleansers that got me into the series to begin with. Stand back, okay? Stand back? I thought we would do is get close. Me too, but let's do what she says for now. That sound from the Deranger. Yeah, so it seems it's somewhat unsettling. What? Everyone, get down! What just happened? That worked great. How are you no worse for wear? You were point blank at that thing. Since we shut down the Deranger, the massive amount of power being sent just kept building up and caused that huge explosion. Ryza, wasn't that a little reckless? Oh, we might have been a little too close. Maybe we should stand back a bit next time. Did you see that? Yes, it just exploded without even being touched. Now then. Are you sure? Yeah, actually I made it, so I thought I should handle it, but... Remember what you said? It's up to the Orin to resolve underworld affairs yourselves. And I'm human, so I can't exactly just wander around here. So I'm asking you to take this, in case you find any more derangers. It seems a shame for you to not keep such a lovely thing. Can't just leave you without anything. Now I understand why you're called the Honest Alchemist. Yeah, it's less about... I'll say that's less about her trying to do the right thing. It's more about that she just wants to give something to Carla to remember her by. Behold a gift of power from our dear friend, the Honest Alchemist Ryza. She has stopped the Ranger and restored peace to our land. Not only the Wave Tuner clan, but all Orin shall treasure this gift. We swear to you, Honest Alchemist, by this gift and before this ancient dragon. No matter how long it takes, we shall use this to restore true peace to Orin.
On our honor, peace to Orin.
To repay the kindness of the Honest Alchemist. I believe in you. I'm certain you will restore the underworld to its former glory. We got all the bones out of the Dragon Shrine, right? Let's go give proper thanks. Man, this has been a long-winded, like, normal quest. Like, fighting some enemies, back and forthing, restoring this with the key, making the thing, coming back. Like, this is a long detour. The bone you gave me was very useful. Thank you so much. Did you come all the way to tell me that? You're a very well-mannered kid, Ryza. It's because it really helped me. Still, though. Many Felucia come to this shrine, but not to the others around it. That's not surprising. The bones of ancient dragons have mighty magical powers. They are instinctively wary and don't get close to it. But not completely, though. Some of them are attracted to magical powers. There's proof of this. Look at that. Let's do this quickly. She's got. I didn't just realize Litta's new claws that I got her are like bigger than her. What a weapon! I might wrap up soon-ish though, just because I'm getting a little hungry. My stomach is my worst enemy with sometimes. I just get a little hungry sometimes. I'm like, eh. I do have some longer-ish streams planned to do. It's just right for right now. Same. I'll probably wrap up this quest. To see what it wants us to do in Kirkland Island, and then wrap. If it's like, go visit the house, and like, okay, we can just do that next time, because that'll probably lead into something. But if it's just like appearing in Kirkland Island will trigger something, we'll at least trigger it. So if I decide to do anything off screen, I don't have to worry about it. Because I think that's what we're going back to next. I have to double check what it says. So I like how we do the victory animation here. Like, come on, you idiots. That implies that after every fight, they all do a victory. They all do like a victory animation in front of each other, and none of them think it's stupid. None of them like get cringed about it. Or get awkward or embarrassed. All of them do a victory animation. It's like, no, you idiots. Why are you all doing a win animation? That looks like something is shining. What is it? Huh? That's quite a rare thing. I'll explain when we get closer. The dragon's magical power is so strong that if it's not dispersed as bones, it keeps accumulating. When it exceeds a certain amount, it is sometimes released as a light like that. So that's the light of magical powers? Exactly! But it's the first time you've seen that? If so, I suggest you have a closer look. The beautiful shine of magical powers is worth a look. Sparkly. Spirit catalysts. Are we done for that quest now then? Yes, we are. Oh, head to the Atelier on the Kark Isles. Okay, let's do that, and then after that cutscene, that'll probably be a good wrap. Let's also double check there's nothing. I'm not needed anywhere else or anything. No. Whoops, wrong button. No. Okay, let's head back. Oh, hang on, obligatory check. Damn it. Right, let's see what scene we get here, and then afterwards I'll probably wrap up. To be fair, we made a lot of progress this stream, so I'm happy with it. Let me feel like I'm saying I'm back since we've been moving all the time. As you said, Claudia. None of the usual things like listening to Agatha's stories at the harbour. It's honestly a bit of a letdown. We just kind of showed up on the island without saying hello. We will say hello later, but depending on the research, we might need to leave again suddenly. Then we will do so without letting anyone know. Wouldn't that be difficult for you with your family here on the island? Going back to your hometown means you have to be a little careful, doesn't it? It's not like coming back from vacation. Don't feel too relaxed. That island is right there. We're home, yet the enemy's right in front of us. It's a weird feeling. It's an enemy that we can't even get to, one we have to find first. Hiding behind the boundary of the world, they don't even know that we see them as the enemy. You know what this is giving me huge vibes of? The code of the universe is literally Yoda Volda from fucking Shin Megami Tensei. It's literally the all-seeing god, who's so almighty and powerful, it doesn't actually see the people it powers over. It doesn't actually see the realms it's tied to. And the realms it's created, because it's too powerful, it doesn't need to. So it doesn't realise that it has enemies. It doesn't realise that people are after it. It's literally Yoda Volta from SMT, or Yivi, as I nicknamed it. God damn. You know what is more important? That starts tomorrow than the elections in the US midterm, the UK midterms. The start of the 3-day Shin Megami Tensei concert. And you know why that's important? Because on the second day they might announce something, and it's heavily rumored they're going to make SMT5 and SMT4 go multi-platform. And I'm like, yes, fucking please. It's heavily rumored that that's what's happening, and I'm like, please, for the love of God. Yes. SMT3 is one of my all-time favorite is my all-time favorite game. SMT4 is fucking phenomenal and it's stuck on the 3DS, and SMT5 I really want to play it because I love Shin Megami Tensei and it's currently a Switch exclusive. I'm like, make them multi-platform for this anniversary event. I think it's the 30th anniversary of Shin Megami Tensei. Ask me who would be a competition with Japanese animation? My answer is Maxor! Speaking of Maxor, I wonder how far along his new video he is, because we know that he's doing a Resident Evil 4 remake video. Which, considering we covered base RE4 on the channel, although I haven't seen the 4 remake, I'll still watch that video, because I know the general idea of the plot. It will be nice to compared to what we know, you know? Like, look at what we know from what RE4 Original's plot is, and then see how Maxor twists it in the Maxor way. What a fun conversation. Ryza, do you have any idea what lies ahead? I'm going to take my time with the research and everything we've received. I'm guessing we'll be on the island for the time being. Everyone, just be prepared to move on a moment's notice. Oh, hey. Farm photo. Oh, return home. If we're returning home, does that mean new events? Fuck. Do I have to be in the vicinity and it will activate or some shit? Like, if I warp over here for a sec, where is my wife? Where is she? Where are you hiding her? How far along do I have to be before Pam is around? It's my biggest gripe with the whole trilogy. There's not enough. Like in Ryza 2, there was a bit of Pamela, but it was tied to like the Thieves Guild. That just hit me like a whiplash. There's no guilds in this game. That just hit me like a fucking lightning bolt. There's no guilds to do quests for. There's no bounties in this game. Why not? I know random quests basically are the replacement for bounties, but the bounty systems bring bounties back in the next game. Alright? It's not an Atelier game about bounties. Literally, all the games I like more have bounties and bounty walls or guilds that you can like get favor for. Like, you know, Sophie 1, Lydian Suli, Sophie 2, Ryza 2, all of them have bounty systems. Furious doesn't, and what went wrong with Furious? Okay. Well, if it isn't Ryza, you seem as busy with your alchemy as ever. But Pamela, it's been so long since you visited the island. Yes, well, I come to tell Basila about the pudding. I also wanted to make some sardine for her. It's all the rage in the capital right now. Ooh, that takes me back. I do remember making that. So, would you mind fetching me some of the fish that I need to make sardine? Pamela, you didn't bring the ingredients with you? Well, I know you would be here, so you wouldn't mind, right? Here you go, my queen. Alright, this should be enough. Wow, you're amazing, Ryza. I can make so much sardines out of all these. I wonder how many buyers you'll find in Kirkin Island. Anyway, Basila should be the first to taste it. I'll make sure of it. Thank you so much. Ah yes, a little something for you. Could this be, wait, an alchemy recipe? I found it in the open market in the capital. I thought you might like it, so I brought it for you. Pamela, oh, I'm incredibly grateful. Thank you so much. What'd she give us? And just loose the astral regalia. Ooh, hang on, just do this. Okay, there's no good frame. Never fucking mind. Ryza, get the fuck out of here. And on, and then just do. Ooh. No, I'll leave it as is. UI, and then... no, there's got to be a frame that I like. And there we go. Screenshot taken. Let's leave. We're done here. Alright, I'm satisfied. So you have to just be in the area to trigger it. Got it. It's not a... I wonder how many quests I've missed then. Well, I've just not been in the area in forever. But I digress. I'm going to go back to my Atelier and wrap up. And tomorrow we have our starting point. And it's loose and astral regalia. Let me go save. Oh, and change... no, I'll figure out what costume I'll change to at the start of the next stream. Keep you guessing. But that'll do from me. We had a very, like, successful stream, I think. Like, we got a lot done. What was the new thing we got from the wife? It's Raven Toad. Okay, no. Never notch, that's no. Lost Alucard. Oh, it's a weapon for Bosch. Ooh. Festo. The Astral Regalia. Oh, so she got us one new weapon. Oh, she got me a new weapon? Oh, you shouldn't have. Alright. Alright, now I'm satisfied. Anyway, I'm going to wrap it up. Actually, I'm going to save again, just because I doubted myself just long enough if I had saved. I have saved. Thank you all so much for watching. Remember to like and subscribe if you haven't already. It genuinely really helps this channel grow. And I will hopefully I sleep well, or something else doesn't happen. See you again tomorrow. And also you can find me on Twitter or Patreon if you feel so inclined. But until next time, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace!